Hello there, lovely people. Welcome back to another Tim is stream. Me next? Yeah. He's gonna spray his water all over you, Ari. Just how you like it. Hello, super guy, Deb, Ari, Saival. Good to see y'all. Welcome back to the stream. You want him to hydro pump you? Give you a shower, give you a baptism, baptize you, whatever that word is. Verb, noun. Alright, Jet. It is time to start the stream. So the original plan for the stream today, Jet, was watching Wuwa story summary. But apparently, Hoyoverse decides to give us a feel of Lauma trailer, as well as giving content creators, not me, access to the content creator servers to playtest Lauma. So, we're gonna do our lovely tradition of tier list the grab out of content creators Lauma early access video. Let me get my screen on. There we go. That's the lovely man Novelet. He approves. So we gotta walk that fine line of rage baiting and socially acceptable when we are ranking these content creators videos. So I will be making sure to give everyone a fair share of every content creators a fair share of praises and trash talk. Alright, hold on. There we go. There she is, chat. She's back. Draco! Welcome back to the stream. You saw a few shots on testing, but it was mainly just details about her and how to get her special horns and how to get her deer from. All important details, of course. Chat, have you seen? Chat, have you seen? So a friend sent me a picture yesterday regarding the beauty of the beautiful landscapes of nod-krai. The mountains and the valley and the flowing river of nod-krai. Valid, yes. So excited you're gonna build your camera in nod-krai? Build your camera how? Even TV is gonna... I would not ask how people get that angle. Alright, so let's start the stream off with some official trailer of Lauma. I've not seen this. I've been saving it for the thing on stream, to watch the thing on stream. Genshin Impact.
Come night or day.
Oh, hello there. Lauma teaser, not trailer, teaser. Probably the trailer is gonna come out maybe on Monday or Tuesday of next week.
Come night or day, may the moon goddess keep you.
Oh, beautiful shot. All right. Beautiful cinematography
Is there
here.
truly a goddess on the moon? It's possible. Everyone says there is.
What are those? Are those yapping mouth?
May the moon goddess keep you.
Oh, beautiful.
I have been to many places, but
What is this art style?
It's a miracle.
What?
There are those who have suffered, those who continue to suffer.
Oh, there seems to be quite a lot of people with the horns.
And
So it's like a whole tribe of demi-human?
come night or day, may the moon goddess keep you.
Grandma, it's dark.
Fear not, my child. Moonlight shines upon us. The moon goddess will keep us safe.
And the moon's gone. Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah. Why does she have to aura farm like this?
We always have a light to guide us.
Just pray harder, all right? Pray harder. Everyone move on. You can interact with this woman. Ari. Here you can take this flag and lead the golden revolution. That holy crap. These animations are insane, by the way. I think these are like 3D animations that they render to 2D or something like that. Do you see the details of the... I don't know whatever these are, I guess the lace of her shoes, but you can see these moving as her legs moving. So just appreciating the little detail of the animation. I think we can see the angle of the lace changing. See that? Holy shit, what is this level of animation?
May the moon goddess keep you.
But yeah, I love this art style.
Been to many places,
Big horns!
but
Big
I
horns!
have yet to witness a miracle.
Okay, so I see some kind of theme here. It seems that... Here, I'm gonna remove my UI so people can see. It seems that she is also struggling herself. At least this is what the cinematography or the imagery is supposed to be hinting at. She's also struggling herself to see whether there is a real moon goddess out there. Maybe because they've been praying for a long time and they've been following the moon goddess for a long time, but yet to have a concrete answer. It's fair enough.
It's a miracle.
Hey, treasure holder.
There are those
Is that a deer eye? I think that's a deer eye.
who have
That's a very extremely detailed deer eye.
who have suffered.
Moodlit Silence, Lauma Try, I think it seems really cool.
Continue
Yeah.
to suffer.
Yeah, it seems that they are putting quite a bit more story emphasis on this rather than just happy-go-lucky deers people. At least that's what I hope. I hope they are putting depth into this rather than just putting all the depth in the trailer and teaser and then that's it. Which they have done before.
Is there any way to make it end?
You're making an edit of this animation? Yeah. This is beautiful.
Come night or day. May the
Do you know what they say about bighorns? What? That they are horny?
It's dark. Fear not, my child. Moonlight shines upon us. The moon goddess will keep us safe.
Right. With the moon changer by our side. We always have a light to guide us.
Okay. I think this is beautiful enough, and this is as funny as all of the other gooning aspect of this character is. I think they have made a pretty well made teaser that goes just beyond those aspects. Perhaps that convinced a few more people that was on the fence about Lauma to be more certain about her now. You haven't not opened TikTok in days, you imagine you're gonna get flooded with a lot of Lauma edits. What would Lauma edit? What would the music they have in Lauma edits? I could do a Lauma edit, I guess, but I think I'm more used to making aura farming edits. What do you mean lacking depth? Like not? What was that you gotta say? One thing you'll say about Lauma, her hair looks like what you did to anything you would draw when you were 10 and didn't want to draw the other eye. I mean, a lot of anime characters are like that too.
Skyward! Scatter! Add as...
Lauma edits better than the depressing JJK and Demon Slayer edits you've been getting.
Add as...
If you find any good Lauma edits, send to my Discord.
Skyward!
I'd love to see them. Get some inspiration. My own. Your idea for Lauma edit with this 3D teaser animation thingy is Sinking Down by Yoto Crush Hashi. Alright. Let's hope that my stream does not get destroyed for playing some music. Sinking Town. Alright, what's this? Okay, let's hear the most replayed part. You know what? I can hear this. I can hear this. Alright, people can search that up because this is likely copyrighted music and I don't want to play too much of it, otherwise my stream may get struck down by the algorithm gods above. I can definitely hear that. Shenhe's being power grip by Lauma? Yes, sure, yes. Rosaria was the OG, but they nerfed Rosaria to the ground. Oh no, I'm about to collect these. You love Ado, but not this time. Who's Ado? Is that someone making the song? Oh no.
Peace prevails throughout the land, and all things are made new, as buds in the spring. This is an auspicious era for humanity.
Nice song. It was a nice song.
Skyward! Scatter!
Are there many versions of that? My memory is a little bit poo-poo, but was that similar to the version I just played earlier? I think the version I played has more of a beat to it. Her voice makes you melt. Wait, I could use Mika, right? Do we even have Mika here? Moving on.
Scatter! Skyward!
Don't worry about her HP, Jet. She was willingly participating in a meme when I started the stream.
Are you interested in going on an adventure? Skyward!
Is that everything in here? Yeah. On to the next building. Heal her! It's fine, she can heal herself at any point that she wants. Alright, Shan Yun? Alright? Oh. Wait. Oh, that's it. What percentage difference do you think Nefertim will be and without Lauma? Anywhere from 20 to 30%. Could potentially be also 40%. Because we should be looking at what Lauma is providing for Nefer, okay? Lauma is providing about 20% Dendro resistance. Lauma is providing 10% Lunar Bloom crit rate and 20% Lunar Bloom crit damage. Lauma is also providing buffing equal to Shenhe to Nefer.
Skyward! Scatter!
Lauma is also providing 14% base bloom, Lunar Bloom damage increase.
Skyward!
I don't know about you, that's a lot! That's a lot! No other character in the game are providing those bonuses.
All I can think about is dealers.
Alright, where the hell can I find these flowers? Might make an edit, a scenario where Lauma sang the song to her ancestor. Ooh, That would be really cool. Though,
Skyward! Scatter!
how would you do something like that? To make a character saying something that in the animation they do not.
Yeah! Skyward!
Flowers, room. Shush, Ari, shush.
Yeah! Scatter! Skyward!
Do I have enough? Oh, I have enough. Good stuff. We're done. You have 55 pity and guarantee so Lauma will come home and you're saving for never. Yeah, sounds like a plan. It's gonna be a very similar situation to Inef and Plains. But if you want to be absolutely certain,
Cleanup sequence initiated. Ultimatum protocol.
you can always wait for Neferlik, which will happen when Lauma is still on banner anyway.
Skyward! Scatter!
If that's banned something, no. Indulging ourselves in art, in creating art to be specific, I'd say it's never a bad thing.
Make way for the attack!
Let's do this then.
The creative process
Bow your head.
is always a fun one to be in. Within the world of consuming content nowadays, creating makes us in tune with our inner child, makes us in tune with ourselves.
Silence.
Shower me with grace.
Preparing for dust-up. Seize the skies! Skyward!
Cleanup sequence initiated.
Kohane PFP inside. Not me searching what Kohane is on my second monitor. Azusawa Kohane. Project Sekai. Is this a game? Is this an anime? This looks like an anime.
In my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to.
Also, hi Gamatulik. How strong is Inefa's shield? About 12,000 HP. On average, 12,000. Which is pretty nice. For comparison, it should be around the level of Layla's shield. Layla may be a little bit stronger. It's a game. Yeah. Okay, should I be leveling up more characters right now or saving for 6.0 characters? Let me check my remaining amount of materials real quick if I have enough. I think they can wait a little. In leveling up characters for theater can wait a little, so I can save materials for all the new stuff. Alright, if that's the case, let's just... Oh, hello. This is a random chest. Alright, I'll take that. Boom. Got a mini game to play over here.
Want me to join?
Thank you.
You can always tell which ones are ripe for the picking by the sound they make when you tap on them.
Same interest? No way! Into drawing? Into the same type of music?
Please select target.
Oh, it's the PFP check. Okay, okay. Let me try to zoom in real quick. Hold on. Hello, Bravo Jam.
If you are presently unoccupied, perhaps we could stop.
This is a
while
case
at one's
study,
abode
Chad.
for some repose and conversation. Skyward, take
Bow your head.
Strike a pose! Let my name echo in
insulation chamber.
Let's have some fun, shall we?
Let the mighty be humble.
Oh my god, I'm blooming! Oh. Saurian, thank you. Hello. Very good. Probably farming. Jan, are you farming XP books or Mora this week? It's always a real toss-up for me to decide which to farm. I guess it kind of depends on the situation your account is in. But I'm curious, are people liking Mora or are people liking XP books more?
Cleanup sequence initiated.
And since this week they are giving a double drop.
Bow your head.
Why not both? So here's the thing. One day we have 3 times of double drop, and there are a total of 7 days of double dropping. So within this week we have a total of 21 double drops for either Mora or Leyline. One way or another, you're gonna have to favor Mora or XP book. Because 21 is an odd number.
Silence!
Defensive mode engaged.
Listen, you piece of shit.
Bow your head.
You can't do both on me.
Cleanup sequence initiated.
Shan Yun in the team probably for exploration. For Viridescent Veneer, which is the VV artifact set. Well, I just said the same thing. Which is the debuffing enemies artifact set.
Settle down.
Strike a pose.
I actually do use this team in Abyss as well, and Dippo content.
Make way for the attack.
And she heals Wolverine now.
Bow your head.
Annihilation mode.
Queen Lucy Herphilia.
Watch this! Silence!
You have like a stash of Mora sitting there in your inventory in Genshin collecting dust? How much? Chat, flex your Mora right now. How much? I have 2,600,000, 700. Which is like nothing. It's gonna be gone in an instant. Do I think Mizuki will be good at Inefa? You have Inefa on your second account. Mizuki will be good with Inefa, yes. Ifa will be better with Inefa.
Skyward! Scatter!
But at the very base, Mizuki can work.
Show me your move. Show him you thick.
It's just that buffing
Skyward!
Electro Charge, which Ifa does, is having a little bit more value than buffing Swore, which Mizuki does.
Settle down!
Let's finish this next time.
Skyward! Scatter!
But yeah, Mizuki is very comfy to play. Her gameplay is extremely chill, so there is value in that. And out of all the standard characters, I would prefer to get Mizuki the most.
Let's have some fun, shall we?
Well, at least before they introduce the level 100 stuff.
Installation chamber deployed. Ultimatum protocol. Show me your moves.
Silence! Forget it!
Defensive mode engaged.
Alright, we're done farming. Store long-term encounter points will reset soon. Okay, thanks for letting me know. Reset in 4 days. Which is when Luna 1 comes out! Banner's ending, still no C6 Bennett. You're afraid to pull because you guaranteed.
Yeah.
And on 55 pity, right? I think you said earlier. Wait, or maybe someone else said earlier. I think it's someone else.
Ad Astra. Thank you for
Yep, it's always a gamble when we try to pull for a 4-star character. So be educated on the risk of that happening. On the risk of regarding that. And if you cannot accept the risk, then I would recommend stopping the pull. Stop pulling. The nice thing is Bennett will be available in November shop. So that's one more constellation you could get for Bennett. This shop right here. Paimon bargain shop rotation. Bennett will be in November and May, but May is gonna be some time away. Next year. You only have C4 Bennett. It's alright. It's fine. C5 Bennett is already a big improvement too. But absolutely, if you desperate for that C6 Bennett early, as soon as possible, you can try your luck.
I'm heading east.
5 million Mora, let's go!
Best I don't see you over in the west then.
That's about double my Mora. Hold on. Do I have to do any more maintenance on my account here, or we can get on to watching videos? I think I'm good. Yeah, I think I'm good. This is my morning stream, so in my evening stream I can work on my other account, my main account. Alright, let's go. Too risky to pull, so you let this one go for now, alright? Yeah, we already know what the 4-star on the upcoming banner are. And the 4-stars on the upcoming banners are not that great, unless you really like those characters. So I could see some people building some pity on the current banner so that you get already to a decent amount of pity before you get to the next banner. And just get the 5-star and dip. Which is something that I'm also guilty of doing. At least on this account. I do not have a guarantee though, so it's a little bit safer. So I got enough on this account, and then I did 47 pulls, additional pulls, mostly for Bennett. My Bennett's currently C3, but that's... I think that's the most I am willing to risk on the current banner. So 47 pity in. And I'm stopping. That's fine. I got, I think, 2 more copies of Bennett, which I'm okay with. Reminder that it is always a risky thing that we're attempting by pulling on a banner that we don't really want the 5-star. But I also said to myself, if I get a 5-star without guaranteed and within about 40 PT, I'm okay with. It's not the end of the world, it's still early. But beyond that, I'm not willing to. Nessie, you back from harassing your boyfriend? Oh boy. Oh boy. Did you send pictures, the fuzzy stuff? I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did. Good to see you, Nessie. Seems that you are a bit busy nowadays, which is understandable. Just prioritize your IRL stuff. Probably your boyfriend doesn't come to hang out as often. Alright, chat, it's time. It's time to judge other content creators that have access to the early access server and test Lauma. And we shall judge them fairly. Give them praises when they deserve praise, and give them critiques when they deserve critiques. Alright, this is 7, please. This is someone I don't know. This is Jamie. Oh yeah, and Jamie actually do not have access to the content creator early access server, but he did make a really cool observation, which no one else has noticed regarding Bloom team. This is Savvy. Savvy is back to making Genshin Impact content. I know I'm looking at my second monitor right now. I win to lose. Who's Sora Hoshina actually? Gacha Gamer. MMO Jack. Cat with Blue Hat. Alright, we good. It's gooning time! Soon you'll be done taking care of your mother and things will back to normal. I hope your mother... I am not sure. I think I did not pay attention to the conversation as much. She is currently sick, right? Apology for my ignorance. But if she is, I hope she gets well soon. You had to practically bribe your man to actually go to sleep on time. Oh, lovebirds. Which is this is 7th place? Alright. This is Jamie? Alright, let's start with the Jamie because it's a short one and it's actually one that is a discovery that should have been made quite a time ago. I watched this video. But none of the people that has access to leaks even know this. This guy is just a hardcore Nilu Bloom fan and he noticed from just watching other people's video, which is crazy. Like when he said it's good in time and good all over the place? Yeah. Here we go, chat.
Videos are out and
I'm gonna let the man speak for himself. What he discovered.
Hey guys, so the Lauma early access videos are out and I just noticed something I don't think anyone else has, and I legitimately think it changes everything, to quote the great Mtashed. Do you guys notice something with the gameplay? Let me show you again, this time with one of the old Nilu teams. Let me know if you guys notice anything weird going on. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, you guys probably didn't notice. So I just made a video a few days ago talking about how much healing do you need in Lauma Bloom teams. And I was saying, you know, if you're good, if you practice, you don't need that much healing. But if you're new, if you're struggling, you can probably build healing builds. So you can see this player here is doing 39k blooms and they're taking 712 damage. Now what I think has happened is with the new patch 6.0 or Luna 1, whatever you want to call it, I think they might have actually nerfed recoil damage. So
huge. So for the people that is not intimately aware with the mechanic of Bloom, basically whenever Bloom or also version happening, sometimes have a Bloom too, we are also taking some of the bloom damage. The bloom is also damaging the characters that we play. And what he is saying here is that Genshin seems to have nerfed the amount of recoil damage we are taking from bloom, which means it's gonna be a lot more survivable to play him. I'm gonna let him continue.
Let me do the exact same.
Oh my god, I'm blooming! Blooming it, and just like that, it's all over the place.
Wait, it's 41k. Look at that recoil damage. When I do 41k hits, I was taking 1,800 recoil damage. And that was with my 1k EM Kokomi. Now, if you do 41,000
Nilo won't kill your whole
like I
team!
said in my previous video, the recoil damage doesn't factor in crits, it doesn't factor in res. But if I do like 1,800 divided by the damage I was doing, about that, you can see it's about 4% of the damage I was dealing, I was taking. And if you remember in the Wikipedia, you take 5% recoil damage. Now, I've checked a lot of...
Real quick, for the people who may have missed it. The number on screen is somewhat close to the actual number because the enemies are actually taking more damage because we are reducing the enemy's resistance. But in actuality, if the enemies do not have their resistance reduced, then this number should be around exactly 5%. But because the enemy is taking a little bit more damage because we did reduce the resistance and we are not, our resistance are not reduced, so it works out to about 4 point something percent. But the number should be correct.
And if you remember in the Wikipedia, you take 5% recoil damage. Now,
so this is 5% is the numbers that currently existing in the game right now. But from the early access that Jamie was able to see,
a lot of people's videos. Now let's do it for this. 712 divided by 39199.
And this is like a significant difference.
1.8%. Now I have reasons to believe they halved the recoil damage taken, so it's actually 2.5%. And now let's just go to a Lauma team. Now Lauma probably has a lot more res shred. You have some crits going on, so that explains why it's even less. But the thing with these videos is, I don't know,
Nilo's back!
A beta bug, or did they actually change it for 6.0? So I spent time watching other creators' videos just to make sure. You can see that I Went to Lose took 420 damage, and he was dealing 1,933, I think. So that's closer to 2.5%. I think Lauma has a small res shred, I think. But I've checked a lot of people's videos trying to ascertain, is this a bug? Or is this actually a buff? You know, why are the creators taking half the damage in the beta? And you know what, honestly, if this is just a bug, then it is what it is. But I think there is a chance that they're releasing a new Bloom character, they're testing Bloom teams again. And honestly, I think a lot of the beta testers and people testing were probably dying with their Bloom teams because Bloom teams are known to be very tricky to play and sometimes you might be dying. So if you think about it, enemies attacks.
Alright, so how does this affect our builds?
Basically, you have double the amount of HP in your teams. My Kokomi basically has like 60k HP, Nahida has like 34k, which basically means you need half the amount of healing, which means you don't really need healing builds. Obviously, if you want to use healing bonus, you can. If you still want to be as comfortable as possible, you can. But logically, if you're taking way less damage, it should be way more playable to play EM builds, which is a massive buff to the new teams. I'm so excited. I'm praying that this is not a bug, which means more EM means more damage, and also for more casual players, less damage taken, which means you have a less frustrating experience, which means you're enjoying the teams more. Especially if you're playing a triple Hydro team, something like this, playing Nahida on field. I should be taking a lot of damage here. See, like 1,400. You see 1,476. That should like be halved, shouldn't it? It's way more survivability. And like I said, I checked a lot of people's videos. It seems very consistent.
Yeah, and we actually have a confirmation. Bloom self-damage nerf. From 5% of the damage that we dealt to the enemies to we're only taking 2% of the damage we dealt to the enemies. And this is starting from the next version, from 6.0, Lunar 1. So after Jamie has discovered this, some people has been in contact with the people in testing, and they have managed to ascertain that. So that is nice. That is from 5% to 2% is huge. Is more than half the damage. And that means that we can now play those teams at the very least more comfortably. And at the ceiling, you could reduce the amount of healing build you need and focusing more on offensive power. You gotta go for now. You're late for your part-time job. Alright, Primo Jam. I'll see you around. And thanks for hanging out. Alright, give me a moment, chat. Gonna... have to make a phone call real quick. Oh boy, doesn't that. Is this like Winter Loops? This is heavy, okay. Really? Okay.
Let's see what she's got. Ooh. Okay. Let's see her charge attack. Wait! Hey everyone, it's Sevi and welcome to a Lauma pre-release video. I know, I'm excited too. I was given access to the CE server for this version. As CE server, it's not the final product, just a quick disclaimer. There are still some things that may be subject to change, but I thought that I'd give you guys a first look at Lauma, show you what she does, how she works, plus some showcases and first impressions. So at this point, I've played her for about 6 to 7 hours doing some testing, also recorded my runs doing it. And this video, just so you know, it's not going to be a guide. I'm not going to include any prescriptive recommendations such as build stats, weapons, or choosing between her weapon and C1 or anything like that. I really just want to give you a preview of her. It's been a while since I've done this, okay? I'm a little bit rusty, just saying. And without further ado, let's begin. All right, we're going to start off with some of the visuals with how gorgeous she is. By the way, guys, I also have a redemption code. I'll leave it in the description and pinned comment. Make sure to redeem it for 60 extra primos, and let's go back to the video. So these
hey, Ray, what's up? Yeah.
Attacks.
This is the video. Hold on. I guess we should be making the tier list now. We should be making the tier list. Hold on. You guys probably know Savvy, right? She has been making Genshin content for a while. She took a break, but then now she's back to making content. Make a template for tier list. Genshin CC. Content creator. Make your own template. Create a single-use template, sure. Okay, we're gonna have to take some pictures of people's profile and we're gonna upload on here. Gonna do that on the background.
I got early access.
Who do we have? Savvy. Once again, we are gonna rank people on how informative they are and how hype they are in getting us for the new character. In this case, Lauma. Alright, Savvy. Savvy. I should probably save the picture to somewhere other than desktop so that I can organize my folders better. I should probably do that. Genshin CC. All right, we got these are the tier lists. Which video is playing? Stop it. Okay, thank you. Never Kid sound cool? Her Kid sounds cool. Some people I think have mixed opinions about it. I think it's a fresh change. Mostly because I don't have Nilo. But they are staying true to their word, making reaction somewhat different. And we are currently do not have a reaction that directly convert to damage right now. You can say that somewhat similar to Navia's kit. And I would say that, yeah, that would not be wrong. Alright, add a tier above. This is gonna be just gray color-ish. And this is how hype a tier below. This is gonna be how informative. I think we can do 3 tiers for each. Pull. Considering. Skip. How did we make the names for the tier list last time? How informative? I learned. Big brain. I learned nothing. They finally leaked everything except the rerun banners. That is, the rerun banner usually happens in the beta. So about 1 week into, at most about 1 week into the beta, we're gonna have some rerun banner leak. But beta does not happen until a new patch comes out. So for the beta of 6.1, we're gonna have to wait until 6.0 release. Big brain, yellow, and green. What's the appropriate thing to put for the name of this tier right here, chat? I learned something. I learned informative enough. I want something that sounds snappy and representing this tier. Maybe. Somewhat. I learned something. Good enough. Let's go. Thank you, music. Let's judge this video fairly and see how hype it makes us and how informative
She's got
how much information it gives.
Okay. Let's see her charge attack. Wait! Hey everyone, it's Sevi, and welcome to a Lauma pre-release video. I know, that's weapon.
Thank you.
So
We saw that.
Are Lauma's normal attacks.
We saw that part earlier.
1, 2, 3. Oh my god, she's so graceful. 1, 2, 3. And then here's what happens if you charge attack with her. Yeah. She turns into a deer. It's so cool.
Dear.
I mean, you probably already saw this in the special program, and it's super pretty also. Okay, so here's her hold skill. Consume the verdant dew. And this is her first. Ooh.
Wait.
So we see that
that's burning.
that deer eloping. That deer loping around, and that's the periodic dental damage that her skill deals.
In this legendary
Really? Oh, come on.
the heroic acts and merciless betrayal.
Now, let's move on to her kit. And before we get into her kit, I kind of want to talk about some preliminary info regarding general mechanics that's going to affect how
I'm gonna
we understand
turn
her.
off some of my UI so not to cover her.
The team's moon sign. Now, the moon sign of the team is dependent on how many nod-krai characters are in the team. If you have one nod-krai character, then you're going to have the nascent moon sign. But if you have 2 or more
Wait,
nod-krai
they saying
characters in
that?
the
Are they
team,
saying that?
have the nascent moon
Oh,
sign.
no.
But
Okay,
if you
that's
have
a
2 or
cool
more
edit
nod-krai
to show us,
characters
though.
in the team, then you're going to
Oh,
have
they are
the
actually saying
ascendant
that.
moon sign. So if you
They're
only have
actually
Lauma
saying
on
that.
the team, then you're going to have a nascent moon sign. If you're going to have Lauma and Aino on the team, you're going to have an
That's a
ascendant
cool bit of
moon
UI.
sign. And that's
Hello,
important
JJ.
because it appears in mechanics
Good to see ya.
of weapons.
We are watching
artifacts,
some
and
content
even
creators'
passive
early
talents
access video
of
regarding
characters.
the
The
new
other
characters
thing
right
that's
now.
important to know is about the lunar bloom reaction. So the lunar bloom reaction, they mentioned this in the live stream in the special program if you saw it. Basically, lunar bloom reaction happens under certain conditions, meaning this is something that will have to be specified within character kit mechanics. If you proc the lunar bloom reaction, it's going to give you a verdant dew stack, and that's going to be seen in these crescent moon icons down at the side below the character and also beside the character. And those verdant dew stacks will be used for different mechanics, as you'll see later on with Lauma. So how Lauma works is that she's basically Shenhe / Yunjin, but for Bloom and Lunar Bloom and Bloom Plus reactions. If you're familiar with Shenhe's and Yunjin's kits, basically they add base damage to other attacks in the party. For Shenhe, she adds base damage
easy to understand
attacks. For Yunjin,
explanation
she
there.
adds base damage to normal attacks. For Lauma, she adds base damage to Bloom, Hyper Bloom, Burgeon, and Lunar
500
Bloom,
EM,
essentially.
400% EM. Those are really good looking
it
numbers.
Scales mainly on her EM stat. She has a few passives here and there that also increase
Oh, wait, is that not
Nod-krai bloom damage in other ways, but
I'm loving the
that's her
color
core
in the
mechanic.
background.
Now that core mechanic comes through the Pale Hymn stack, and the Pale Hymn stack, it comes from her burst. So basically when she casts her burst, she acquires a bunch of Pale Hymn stacks, and then those Pale Hymn stacks are consumed every time a Bloom or a Bloom Plus or Lunar Bloom reaction deals damage to an opponent, and multiple damage instances consume multiple Pale Hymn stacks and all that. If you're familiar with Shenhe or Yunjin kit, again, it's going to perform in a similar manner. The burst, it additionally, aside from giving those Pale Hymn stacks, it also can add onto Pale Hymn stacks through her skill mechanic. So when you tap her skill,
That is the new Stygian Onslaught boss, by the way. We just saw.
Damage, it deals
Bella Box
Bloom
2.0? Yeah.
and it consumes any verdant dew stacks that she acquires from proccing Lunar Bloom reactions. She turns those verdant dew stacks into Moon Song stacks. I know. Stacks into stacks and then turn into other stacks. It's like, okay, classic Genshin. Anyway, she acquires Moonsong stacks from holding her skill, and then her burst turns those Moonsong stacks into extra Pale Hymn stacks for extra base
it gets a little bit diluted here.
If we're gonna razor language this process, it's like you accumulate
yes, please.
verdant dew stacks, you hold her skill to turn those verdant dew into Moonsong stacks, and then you cast her burst to turn those Moonsong stacks into additional Pale Hymn stacks. Hopefully that
I don't think that's razor language enough. Let me try to razor language it even further for the people not familiar with Lauma kit. Her burst buffs Bloom, Lunar Bloom, Hyper Bloom, Version, everything Bloom related. Her burst buffs them, and the burst buffs them only a certain amount of time. If we use her whole skill, we get more of those buffing times. Burst buffs, a limited amount of time. Whole skill buffs, more amount of time. Hopefully that helps.
As you can imagine, her
more reasons to pull for her.
Rotation would be something like proc her lunar bloom reactions and then hold her skill to consume those and turn them into moon song, and then cast her burst.
There's a little bit more caveat to that, as we have to wait a little bit for the stack to stack up, but the gist of it is that
there is some flexibility to that rotation because her burst,
as long as we just do our team rotation normally, she will just gain her stack passively. So if you don't want to look more into it, you don't have to look more into it.
Has this additional description that says if you convert Moonsong stacks into Pale Hymn stacks, or if Lauma is holding Moonsong stacks within 15 seconds after casting her burst, then those get added into Pale Hymn stacks anyway. So it doesn't always have to be hold skill and then burst. You can do burst and then hold skill within the next 15 seconds. I appreciate that note of flexibility in terms of rotation. I assume that's how it works because that seems to be the intention of that added clause, but correct me if I'm wrong. Aside from that, her skill follows her around and deals AoE dendro damage every 2 seconds. So that's obviously very good for Bloom, where you want AoE damage to hit multiple opponents at a time, and she periodically deals that. Also, it reduces enemies' dendro and hydro resistance.
What's she doing?
And that scale.
So I'm currently watching a video right now, and this creator is Savvy. You may know her because she has been creating Genshin content for a while. She has not been doing that up until recently, but she's back at it. And this is one of the content creators that we are gonna watch today to ascertain about Lauma early access, to ascertain how Lauma works and everything that's coming in the next version, next patch. We are also having a side system thing of judging which video gives us the most information and gives us the most hype for the new stuff. You don't know her? Yeah. She'll probably making more content as she's back to the content creator sphere now. So be on the lookout. She makes quite helpful guides in the past. I don't know if she's still making guides nowadays.
Scales with her skill level, so at skill level 10,
but those videos, these video like this,
5% dendro
is still very informative.
Resistance of enemies, so that's
look at that damage. Damn, yeah, Bloom damage is gonna be.
She has a passive that's
popping off.
It increases Lauma's skill damage and decreases her charged attack transformation cooldown based on her EM stat. So the higher her EM, the more skill damage she gets, and the lower her charged attack transformation cooldown. But there are two confusing passives, or there are two passives that I do feel the need to clarify. Let's go through those step by step. So first is this passive that lets either Bloom reactions crit, or it increases the crit rate and crit damage of Lunar Bloom reactions based on the moon sign of the team. If you only have...
My work is easy because I use ClickUp.
Oh my god. If this happens one more time, going to the next video.
Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need.
Savvy, why are you creating so many ads in your video? It's a 25 minutes video.
She's going to let Bloom reactions crit. And this does in fact stack with other abilities.
I thought it was her stream first and she was collaborating with you now.
C2. Now, if you have the Ascendant moon sign, which again is 2 or more nod-krai,
you thought you got that?
Then she's going to increase the crit rate and crit damage of Lunar Bloom reactions. Also, it clearly states in this passive that the two effects cannot stack. So moving on to her next passive, and this is the thing that might have some confusion. This passive converts Bloom reactions into Lunar Bloom reactions.
Okay, doesn't that mean with the previous passive that everything is going to be lunar blooms, and then that also lets it crit rate and crit damage more because then it ends up stacking?
So here's the thing. Lunar Bloom reactions don't necessarily mean they deal Lunar Bloom damage. We're going...
Oh yeah, this was a problem for a while. For the people reading Lake to understand too. Holy crap, that took a bit.
Going to have to separate Lunar Bloom into
I have an amazing voice, thank you.
And the damage. So Lunar Bloom as a
So I think
reaction,
nod-krai is gonna
it's
revolve around
basically
blooms
like
and
a
stuff, even
normal
Colomina.
bloom, but it gives verdant
Nod-krai,
stats.
I
And
believe,
you can
is
tell
going to
because when
resolve
it
around
explodes, it still
lunar
looks like a
reactions.
normal bloom damage
So we
number.
already
But
have
lunar
lunar
bloom
charge,
damage,
which is
that's going to be specified. And
different
when it deals
electro
damage,
charge.
it's going to have the italicized
Moon
lunar
electro
bloom
charge.
damage look. Lauma has some instances of lunar
And then we have lunar
damage.
bloom, which is
It says in her skill
moon
description
bloom.
that when she casts her hold skill,
A different
she has
kind
an
of it.
instance that's considered lunar bloom damage. However, when it says that she converts bloom reactions into lunar bloom reactions, all it's saying is that anytime a bloom reaction is triggered, you also get verdant dew stacks. That's all it's saying. These blooms aren't magically going to be dealing lunar bloom damage. So in the nascent team, her passive lets bloom reactions crit, and in the ascendant team, because the passives can't stack, she only gets the passive that increases the crit rate and crit damage of the lunar bloom damage. In that passive, it also increases lunar bloom base damage based on her EM stat. But that's only really going to be relevant in teams that deal a lot
I would
of
say
lunar bloom
that.
damage. We'd probably be waiting for more.
Alright, I'm gonna shut up until she's done.
In their kit.
Because that's
So
kind of rude.
the rundown of Lauma's talents. Honestly, if you don't want to worry about all that, the only things you really need to know is that she's like Shenhe, but for bloom reactions. And at this point, there are some notes I'd like to add here, which are some good to know summary things, such as her passives just give a bit of a party limitation, wherein if you want your blooms to crit, she has to be the only nod-krai character on the team. Because if you have more than one nod-krai character on the team, she's no longer going to be allowing those bloom plus reactions to crit. She basically has a very EM-centric build because all the parts of her kit that are important, they scale on her EM stat. Additionally, she needs enough ER to burst reliably. ER ranges can vary depending on your combat scenario, but it's very important that she can burst reliably because that's how she gives you your Pale Him stacks, aka your additional damage to bloom plus reactions. And then again, her skill and burst are going to be the most important to use and to level up. The skill, I would mainly level it up for the Dendro and Hydro Resistance Shred, and then for the burst, you want to level that up for
Yeah, you want to level both
Pale Him
skill and burst up on this
Since she
character.
is a catalyst user,
No more tanks, not important though.
you need an on-fielder to apply Dendro to enemies just so that you get more blooms here and there. She can be the Dendro driver on field. If you have
She's a
enemies,
catalyst,
though,
so she can
hit
do that.
quite heavy,
Yes.
you just want to be careful because as a catalyst user, she can be staggered a bit more easily than certain other weapon types, so just keep that in mind. But of course, if you don't want to play her on field, she at least has her skill which periodically deals Dendro damage from off field. Alright, it's
Alright, cool. Thank you, Seppi. So that was the explanation of the kit. I think even though she does dive in depth into explaining things, it was not quite Razor language friendly. I think maybe we're gonna try to compare with some other content creator trying to explain her kit. I think her kit is complicated, so maybe if I have to do the same job, I may find myself having the same struggle. But as of right now, my impression is the explanation of that is dragging on a little. Let me read chat real quick. Lunar Charge was not as impressive as we thought it would be. I think Lunar Charge is not supposed to be impressive. It is a different reaction. It is not a better reaction. Lunar Charge, what it does is if we play it in a usual team, we do not have to build elemental mastery as much as when we build for electro charge. When we put characters into a Lunar Charge team, we just use a regular build and their Lunar Charge damage gonna be as good as electro charge damage. What Lunar Charge is, where Lunar Charge is shining is for the new characters, for Inefa and for Flints, because they do direct Lunar Charge damage from their talents. So any kind of buffing for Lunar Charge is gonna buff their talent damage, Inefa and Flints. We're gonna see a very same trend with Lauma and then eventually Nefer, which the Lunar Bloom by itself is not giving anything different at all from the regular Bloom. But these characters, new characters, Lauma and Nefer, will have something in the kit that takes advantage of this new reaction. at the very base, if you just compare the bloom seed on the ground, so let me try to find some video of the gameplay. If you just compare the bloom seed on the ground, oh, that's a lot of emojis. Thanks for subscribing, Kaiso. As I was saying, if we just compare the bloom seed on the ground, it's gonna be no different at all between a lunar bloom team and a bloom team. This is basically Lauma being strong that makes bloom being strong. The real lunar bloom is gonna be in play when Nefer is in the picture, because Nefer, like Flint, is going to do a lot of direct lunar bloom damage from her talents, and all the buffing is gonna matter there. That's why Lauma is gonna be extremely relevant for Nefer, like Escovia to Skirk. You're still waiting for Flint. Flint is gonna come in the second phase, so people will not have access to creative server for Flint yet, I assume. I think so. You wonder when the story goes more into Snatchnai, and we might see Wanderer versus Dottore, or however you pronounce his name. I think we are going to get that likely within the maybe 0.5, 0.6, 0.7 version. I think that's a kind of a story that's gonna happen after the main Archon quest stuff. So after the 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 patches, and then usually we have a 0.4 patch being kind of a break, 0.5 patch being kind of a break from the story, and then 0.6, 0.5 or 6 stuff, 0.7. Similar to the Skirk story, to Alikino story, we can revisit some stuff. I think 0.7 is usually reserved for a best sibling. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's see some showcase from Sevi here.
What they paint on the street
okay.
is not just art, but the roar of "Watch me do it."
4-star weapon. All right.
What I would like to see about maybe 2/3 as much at.
So some things I noticed from doing these runs is that
Nicole's you on your radar because purely because yellow energy may have Geo, who knows?
Teams can actually clear Stygian Onslaught.
Yeah, all of that is just speculation right now, even from Lickers.
Signature weapons.
There's
look at the artifact, the
a little
stats aren't
bit
even
baseless
that great.
speculation right now.
That are like generated
because she's so far
by
out.
the CE server. Between the runs, because this is a boss fight wherein the boss has some invulnerability phases, what basically mattered was getting the boss down with only 2 invulnerability phases. Because if you went past that, then you'd basically go overtime. Of course, if you went under that, if you could like get it down within just 1 phase, then your time would be very fast. All this to say, the difference between Lauma and having Nahida on the team versus Lauma and Yao Yao was very little, because all that mattered was you dealt enough damage between its invulnerability phases to get it down. And the Yao Yao team was actually able to deliver that. I also tried a Lauma-less Nilou Bloom team run, and it was able to clear Stygian 5, but just barely. Like, the difference between having Lauma there and not having Lauma there is pretty massive. The Lauma Cookie Hyperbloom team, it did perform significantly slower than the Nilou Bloom team, but honestly, that's kind of expected, in my opinion, because Nilou Bloom teams are just very powerful, and what more if they're like supercharged with Lauma and those bountiful cores are allowed to crit, right? So that's just a whole lot of damage versus...
Okay, hold on. That is news to me. That is new to me. News to me. Whatever you say it. News. Okay. So Nilou Bloom is that much better than a Hyper Bloom team with Lauma.
A Lauma Cookie team. I took these clips before they announced the whole
I'm gonna have to do a little bit of testing myself, but all we can just see a few more creators' opinion on it.
Wherein her Hyperbloom scaling is going to be presumably higher. Just throwing that out there. Maybe that's something that we can going to be with a level 100 cookie. Thing about the level 100 cap. So I don't know what this is going to look like with a level 100 cookie. Wherein her Hyperbloom scaling is going to be presumably higher. Just throwing that out there. Maybe that's something that we can test if anyone gets a level 100 cookie. I tested this versus a non-Lauma Hyperbloom team. The difference was pretty massive. The non-Lauma Hyperbloom team, probably because this is a boss fight as well, so the Dendro Core damage generation and the Dendro Core damage, since it is limited to 2 instances per per like what 0.5 seconds. It was just quite slow. Aside from that, I just wanted.
I would imagine that for a boss fight, Hyper Bloom would perform a little bit better than Bloom, because Bloom is more focusing on AoE damage, while Hyper Bloom is focusing on single target. But perhaps because of those things that the boss summons that are just lying around, those little mushroom here. So that's gonna help with Bloom generation for a Bloom team as well. Nilo is surprisingly good. You still use her. Nilo is a nice character. Nice archetype of character to play. I think she's gonna perform better in AoE situation, or in situation where there are a lot of targets around, where we can generate a lot more bloom seed on the ground, which this boss deceptively do that, because we have a lot more targets on the ground.
Or damage, since it is limited to 2 instances per like what 0.5 seconds. It was just quite slow. Aside from that,
Nico Cryo still
try
nice.
out Lauma on a Nilou team with Aino to see if her base damage addition alone would be enough to like clear the Stygian Onslaught stage with the Nilou team. Because remember, if you put Aino on the team, then Nilou's Bountiful Cores are no longer going to crit. But Lauma still does give that additional base damage. And honestly, it was able to clear quite fine. So if you really want to play Aino, even if your blooms aren't going to crit, then it's still viable for this Stygian Onslaught 5. Like, it's still going to be enough. I also had no problem clearing Spiral Abyss 12 all the way with Lauma, but that's kind of to be expected, because usually the Abyss cycles, or the Blessing, it usually matches up to the character that's on the banner at the time. So you just need to take these showcases with a grain of salt, because usually the cycles that they run for the end game, they are made to feel easier if you do have like the banner character at the time. These are just the content that I wanted to showcase Lauma doing, or showcase Lauma with, just so you can see how she performs in combat.
Very cool. Alright, we're gonna have some showcase right now. Gonna see some of the damage. I believe this is C0R1 Lauma in the team. I'm seeing some 51,000 bloom damage. $76,000 bloom damage. That happens once in a while, probably because it's critting. I see 100. Okay. Yeah, this is great. Why won't they crit what I know again? Okay, real quick. Do you know how Celonan works? Like, are you familiar with Celonan's kit? Celonan, when we have 2 Pyro Hydro Electro Cryo character in the team, she heals. If we have more non Pyro Hydro Electro Cryo or like Geo characters or Dendro or Anemo characters in team, she doesn't heal. It's basically just that. They are imposing an arbitrary limitation on Lauma's kit. If Lauma is the only nod-krai character in the team, then the bloom seed can crit. If in the team there are 2 nod-krai characters or more, then the bloom seed on the ground will not crit anymore. That's it. That's an arbitrary limitation they have. But when there are 2 or more nod-krai characters in the team, Lauma's kit is buffing a different thing. Namely, the direct Lunar Bloom damage coming from talent and not the bloom seed on the ground. So she's gonna... Oh my god, really?
7 minutes a day could take you back 30 years.
Thank you. Yeah, as we were saying, it's gonna matter for Nefer, because Nefer is gonna do a lot of talent Lunar Bloom damage rather than caring about the bloom seed on the ground. So when Lauma is playing with Nefer, We are not gonna care about the bloom seed critting anymore, and we're gonna care about the talent lunar bloom critting. I swear, one more ad, I'm out of this video. Oh, this is the music from the live stream. Boss summoning stuff on the ground. Nice. All of them are creating extra bloom. I believe this is fearless difficulty because the enemy is currently level 105. So this is exactly what we expected when we're doing Stygian Onslaught. Half the time, more than half HP. The team's doing fine. This is the music from Lauma first teaser, I believe. I love these Celtic music. Probably said that a lot of times already. That boss so goofy, yeah. See, the design is very similar to a fontaine graph. So if we manage to damage the stuff on the ground, they are gonna come back to damage the boss instead. And if we do not manage to do that, then the stuff on the ground are gonna explode on us. That's the mechanic of the boss. And to quote-unquote damage the stuff on the ground, the boss summons on the ground, we have to do bloom-related damage to it. So this boss is just hard locking into bloom-related stuff. Can be hyper bloom, can be... No, it cannot actually, cannot be version. Can be hyper bloom or bloom, but... if you don't have a bloom team, now's a good time to pull some. Lauma alone equal bloom crit, Lauma plus nod-krai equal additional talent damage. Very specific type of talent damage. The talent that has attack of direct lunar bloom damage. Lunar bloom. But yes. So Lauma has those kind of talents and never gonna have those kind of talents. As a speculation, but it's very likely. And you're welcome. Aoi and you are going to destroy this boss? Let's go. I'm gonna join your Stygian Onslaught co-op so you can carry me as well, Nessie, in America server. I remember last time we played on America server and you're carrying my Innerfus ass. Cafe Mansion! You'll carry the buff? Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm too lazy to farm on my America account. Could definitely farm more. Oh boy, this team is struggling a little bit because only Kave has the power to heal here. Any damage done to Lauma is permanent. Alright, cool signature and constellation rundown. Let's watch it. You know what? I'm gonna stand by what I said. We're gonna look at the constellation rundown from a different video. Because, alright, well, where are we gonna put Savvy? In terms of hype? I'm gonna put on pool, but very low on the highest tier. And learn, you know what, I'm gonna put this maybe on the very high of maybe. And on the big brain, she does deliver a lot of information, but the information I would say can be delivered in a more engaging way. Maybe I'm just extremely TikTok brain rot and flashy videos brain rot in general. It's gonna stay on the low side of big brain. The quality of life when it comes to watching the videos, oh my god, how many ads can you throw at me in a 25 minutes video? Moga, let's watch Moga. Do you have Moga on my watch later list? Maybe I do, maybe I don't. It's fine. We're gonna search for Moga. Hold on. Hold on. Where is Savvy? Okay, I'm gonna put Savvy's video to the bottom right here. So the videos that we have watched. Also, look at this. I love this thumbnail. This is from the Jeff. His thumbnails are also always so creative. Moga Lauma early access. First look at nod-krai and Lauma. We have Cat Blue Hat. I believe I have that video open already. I Win to Lose. I believe I have that. Gacha Gamer. I have that. 40. Sure. Who's Weightless? I've never seen this creator before. It could be the first time I watched that video. Cool, let's go.
Hi Moglets, pretty exciting video here. We are currently in 6.0 in the creator experience server. There would be a lot of stuff to check out, but for now I just want to focus on Lauma, the next new character coming, and nod-krai, which we already have up here. We've warped to a town here.
Wait, hold on. I want to see the map.
Coming, and nod-krai, which we already have up here.
Oh, nice. We kind of saw the map before from the web event. It's nice to see it in game though. Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna do the duty of ranking these creators. So let's go. Moga 1. I'm gonna save another version. Moga 2. Uploading to my tier list. Ready to be judged.
We've warped to a town here. Oh my god, are those the statues of the Seven? Jesus Christ. Well, I guess they're called statues of the new moon. Let's head out to some nature.
Hold.
Jesus Christ. Well, I guess they're called statues.
That's a huge statue.
Of the new moon. Let's.
Oh, I guess it's kind of being covered by some Fachui tech. Wait, what? Why is... what's the name again? So bad. Xinyan. What's Xinyan doing in nod-krai? Hello? These seems to be some of the Traveler Tale stuff that we can randomly make characters here. It seems that they're putting some tidbits of story in there.
Out to some nature, see what's going on over here. Oh, look at this little guy. Hey, he's gonna dig up some meat for me, I think. I saw this in the special program. Thanks, buddy. Oh, and another one. Do these guys drop mats? That's gonna suck, having to kill them for materials. They're so cute. But yeah, here's a quick look at least like one.
You have to try it, Moga. 0 over 10. You have to try hitting them.
Stuff over here as well. I just want to poke around the map for a little
Not
bit.
rising less enough.
Lauma. I think we have one of the oculi up there. They look so nice. Look at that. That's definitely the most beautiful oculi in my opinion. Lunoculus. They have a cool name too. Lauma does have a pretty cool exploration ability. You can hold her charge attack and transform into a half deer, half woman, like a centaur, but I guess for deers. I don't know if there's a different name. We can press T here.
A Dietor?
We got obliterated. I mean, sure, let's just start with the simple stuff, like her design. She's actually way taller than I remember. I also don't remember her design being so good. I mean, I would take or leave the
Massive the honka banka loose.
But yeah, I mean, I think the antlers are nice. We got like some I can't really zoom into them.
Bahonkas?
That's why we have photo. No. Oh my god.
Okay. I'm gonna withstand 5 acts in a video. All right. 2.
New Eden.
Okay, I don't use photo mode very often. Leave me alone. That's why we have photo mode. Okay, I wanted to look at the antlers. Yeah, this little.
It's extremely hard to look, to know where to look when Lauma is in front of us. Like wherever we look, there's bound to be something that we have to divert our eyes respectfully.
Moon charm thing I think is really nice. But all right, enough of that. Here's one of the areas. It's very blue. Reminds me a lot of Lauma. It feels like she fits here. Well, we do have the Frost Moon Enclave pretty close by, so that makes sense. Oh, I think inside this building is what we also saw in the trailer. Hey, we should raise her level. I assume it's going to be pretty hard to prepare for her in advance. Because she'll probably need all new stuff. You can only get a nod-krai.
Use all the new materials.
So I don't think there's going to be too much point focusing on that a lot. New boss material here. Yeah, and you know how it goes. Just more of the same until level 90 here or that final star. It might be because of the test server, but we can't increase her level anymore. So we're sticking with the old cap of 90. She does currently have her signature Nightweaver's Looking Glass. Sure, we're going to raise that as well. Elements Mastery main stat. I would assume a pretty low.
Okay, real quick. It seems that for a creator server early access, when we logged in, there is already enough materials to level up a character to level 90 and their weapon to level 90, which is nice, so we don't have to farm anymore. That's cool.
Base attack, because she is...
I never really have access to any of these, so I don't know. I'm just speculating.
Essentially a Bloom character, but of course has a bunch of new mechanics because of Lunar Bloom and all of that. So I think this is the 4th catalyst with the same exact stats.
Traveler has a talent to keep eye contact. Gotta keep eye contact.
And 1,000 floating dreams. So I'd wager most of those 5 stars would be good for her as well if you don't want to pick up her signature. But yeah, I'll save most of the theory for the raising video. She is also rocking Silken Moon Serenade, one of the 2 new artifact sets. I did briefly take a look at the other one, the one Flynn's is currently wearing.
Wait, they have Flynn's?
This one sounds pretty. Take a look at
Flynn's. It's in the server.
Other one.
All right, we gotta wait for Flynn's video.
The one Flynn's is currently wearing. We can't really show him off yet. This one sounds pretty hype. We got the 80 EM. The one Flynn's is currently wearing. We can't really show him off yet.
We can't really show him off yet. Okay, I see. There seems to be some non-disclosure agreement clause that they have to agree to.
This one sounds pretty hype. We got the 80 EM 2-piece and then a 30 crit rate plus 10% lunar reaction damage. So I guess just for all lunar reaction types. But focusing back on Lauma and her set, we got Energy Recharge, the 2-piece. Here we already have a new mechanic we kind of have to explain. So Elements Mastery is increased by 60 or 120 when the party's moon sign is Nascent Gleam or Ascendant Gleam. Thankfully, this is pretty simple. It's essentially a new resonance here. You know how we have bonuses for having 2 of the same
new resonance.
Well, now we have a new
it's an entirely different bridge. I just realized.
So Lauma by herself, we already have Nascent Gleam, so we could get the 60. And the only one we can really put in right now is Inefa. She is from nod-krai as well.
Wait, hold on.
These 2 we are now...
Oh, this is kind of cool. You see this? I thought these are supposed to be different things that we can collect, but if they do this, it's fine as well.
Maxing the resonance here.
It's just well as the moon.
Set, so we'll get the 120 EM. I know some people
going around
these types of mechanics where you're kind of locked into using specific characters for certain buffs. I'm just telling you how it works. Right now,
I think you can pull Lauma.
Restrictive. These are literally the only 2 characters we're going to have when 6.0 drops. That is if you got Inefa. But we will get Aino for free, a 4-star nod-krai character, so she'll definitely be usable with Lauma at the very least.
For this,
yeah. You can pause and read if you want, but essentially when a non-moon sign / Natlan character does
it's likely that
they provide a party
Lunar Bloom stuff is going to be shielded for 2 patch.
And like I said, that's also important for both new artifact sets. As long as we keep Inefa in,
maybe 3,
we will, provide that 120 EM to the party. And then with the second part, we get an additional 10%.
And then we're definitely just gonna have patches that just favor lunar stuff.
Right now, we just have the 2, Nascent Gleam and Ascendant Gleam, so 20%. She has currently built EM Energy, which I believe are the only 2 stats that actually matter for her. When I would build her on my own account, I probably would just go triple EM and just focus heavily on energy recharge substats. But all right, let's go ahead and build the Lauma team. Just to keep things simple, we're probably going to start with a pure Bloom team, you know, like Nilou, Xingqiu, and Nahida, I think would be pretty decent. We do lose the second bonus, but until we can use Aino, that's just going to be how it is. At that point, we might be able to replace Xingqiu. It kind of depends. I don't know her kit yet. I mean, sure, let's just start out here in the open world and start doing some stuff. You'll see.
Oh, new for Chui enemies.
We get those moons down there. So that is a new mechanic as well. That kind of has to do with Lauma's kit. That seems to be the main difference from normal
almost dead
resources. Also because of Lauma and her passive, it is just inherently stronger, very similar to Inefa and Lunar Charged. Up to 14% base damage increase for
very cool. We've seen this. That's fine.
Point. I guess we should raise her skills as well. And
it's nice that he's also explaining it.
Like her kit. I'm not going to go too deep into it, but just like understanding the basic mechanics would be good. At least here at C0, she has two main roles. First, reducing res, Dendro and Hydro, and second, increasing.
I appreciate the Razor language version.
When it comes to the res decrease, this is very straightforward. Whether you tap or hold Lauma's elemental skill, we will have this like big aura around us that follows the character and deals damage within this big area every 2 seconds. And the res decrease lasts 10 seconds. So even when like new enemies spawn after you kill one
that enemy is burgeoning us.
Still going, hitting enemies, even when she's off field. So her res decrease is definitely one of the most consistent ones, even though it is a bit on the low side at 22.5. The Pale Hymn stack system is a little more complicated. You can see here we obtain 18 of these stacks when we do burst. Those stacks are then consumed anytime one of those bloom reactions deals damage. Besides the 18 from burst, we can get more pale stacks, but this is where it gets a little weird. So with those 3 moons below Lauma, when we hold her elemental skill, those will be consumed, which will turn into Moonsong. And then when we do her burst, those Moonsongs will each turn into 6 stacks of Pale Hymn. And all these blooms will have their damage increased while consuming one of those stacks.
3 ads. I'm gonna stop after 5 ads.
We also have a dude here helping us out. We don't have any healers in this team, which is kind of bad. Our Lauma died. We do keep our moons down here, so that feels right now more of just like a purely Lauma thing, but...
Blow me garbage, excuse me?
For now, I'm going to replace Xingqiu with Coco.
I don't make the rules here!
I think she'd be a fine partner anyway. Let's check out the new boss here. Sure.
They're releasing a new characters that makes Bloom garbage.
Moon songs. So good. And then we'll hold it again before going back to Nahida. So all of our blooms should be buffed right now. That, you know, that is a lot of stacks. Let's go ahead and do Kokomi Burst. And yeah, boss went down. That was pretty easy. My real Nahida is C6. I've just decided to keep this one at C2 though, and I think I got C1 for the others as well. Lauma's still C0, but we'll probably check out her constellations. Maybe give a, you know, first impression thought on that. For now, let's check out this other boss. We will actually need to fight him. Oh, he's kind of small. Kind of cute. But for now, oh, we just tapped her E. I'm gonna have to get used to that. So we'll probably just stay on field with her for a bit until her E is back off cooldown, and then we'll hold that for the stacks. We do need some healing pretty bad. We also have a pretty mediocre ping right now, so, you know, that's my excuse for playing poorly and all. Lauma has 1 HP. Oh, also with one of Lauma's passive, she increases Lunar Bloom damage, crit rate, and crit damage, but only if you have 2 Natlan characters. As well as this passive here, which allows blooms to crit, much like Nahida's C2. The crit rate is lower at 15%. I am super curious if these can stack, if we'll actually have 35 crit rate and 200 crit damage now. Why don't you just read the next sentence, Mocha? Crit rate from this effect stacks with crit rate from similar effects that allow these reactions to crit. So we now have a 35% chance for blooms to crit, which is pretty cool. Sadly, it did just say crit rate and not crit damage, so they're still only going to have 100 crit damage, but I mean, still pretty nice. I am glad they can stack at least. Okay, hold up. I was just reading through her constellations. There is something interesting at the bottom of her C6. All nearby party members' Lunar Bloom damage is elevated by 25%. What does that mean? Special damage boost effect. It is calculated independently of other damage boost effects. Okay, so is that not just the same as a base damage increase?
Wait, that's just a straight up 25% damage increase?
Knows where this goes in the calculation. I guess doesn't matter that much to most people. We'll probably get her to C6. Just
yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's C6.
Like a proper comparison video. C1 already sounds really interesting. She basically becomes a healer. A good one? I don't know. There's lots of numbers. I just
an okay one.
Check out her healing because currently
it's gonna be similar to Cookie Shinobu healing. And Cookie Shinobu healing, it's enough to go by, but nothing to write home about.
She doesn't heal anything at all. See what's going on. Currently, our Nahida and Nilou are looking a little worse for wear. Let's just go on good old Dorito Boss. It's been a while since we fought him. I'm not going to use Kokomi's E on purpose here, just so we can focus more on her healing. We'll just do her burst as well.
It's gonna be healing the on-field character, I
For
think.
example, let's see the healing. Oh wow, damn, that was a big heal. How about Nilou? She has 58,000 HP. Those are big heals. What the hell? That might be enough healing without requiring a healer, because it also seems very consistent. It's basically triggered when she does her E, and then she gets a buff for 20
triggers
seconds.
a little bit few environment between.
Happen, the healing can trigger as long as it's been that
one tick is big.
seconds or
One tick
whatever.
is big.
All right, here we go. So there's the E. I just tapped it again. It doesn't really matter, I guess. But let's go to Nilou. She is hurting pretty bad. 7,800. Yeah, 7,800 heals there every 1.9 seconds. Dude is dead. I guess the fact she can't heal out of combat is a little annoying, but also it's really good healing for her not being a healer.
C1 Lauma, he becomes a healer, yes.
A pretty massive buff for
I would like for Moga to test the C1 Lauma with a more difficult enemy here, because I only try to calculate the number, but I do not see the real practical examples of that to see whether it's enough. I'd like to see that.
That increased the damage. So, I mean, sure. Try and look at some of those numbers. We got like a 50k, a 70k, a 97k bloom. He just dies too fast. Thankfully, we did recently discover a new test dummy. This guy has a lot of HP. He's not super annoying, so let's go. But we will like try and trigger them with Lauma because she probably has the most EM in the team right now. I am actually seeing that same like 97 hit there when it criticals. Sure, we'll just pay attention to that, I suppose. Yeah, 97 is the highest I can see here. So we'll see what happens when we get her to C2. Also with C2, if we were in Ascendant Gleam, which we're not, since we only have Lauma as our nod-krai character here, Lunar Bloom damage would be further increased by 40%. So we're just going to kind of ignore that for now. All right, so we're going to hold her E and burst, and let's see what's going on there. We'll just stay on field with her. Yeah, there was a 120. Can we get higher than that? I don't think so, actually. I've not seen...
I am actually paying attention to a different thing. I am paying attention to the healing.
See what's going on there. We'll just...
That's a... Wait, that's a 1,700 heal? Oh, maybe because she does not lose a lot of HP.
Stay on field with her. Yeah, there was a 120.
There's a heal sneaking in there. That's a 2,000 heal.
Can we get higher than that? I don't think so, actually. I've not seen any yet that are higher, but... Oh, we killed him. Whoops. Well, goes to show it's a pretty strong team, and look at that. We are all completely healthy as well. She is our only healer here.
You know what? Maybe I gave Lauma C1 a little bit less credit than I should. Let me take a look at the numbers of Lauma's healing from C1 again. Well, this is actually giving me new information regarding actual gameplay. So Lauma C1, the actual number is healing when a party member triggers Lunar Bloom reaction. Nearby active character, so only the character on field. But if we play in co-op, we're gonna have multiple active characters and they're gonna all heal. Will recover HP equal to 500% of Lauma's elemental mastery. This can be triggered once every 2 seconds. 1.9, doesn't matter, 2 seconds. So we have to trigger a bloom reaction for this to happen. Stamina cost, very cool. It's like a exploration constellation in one go as well. Let's see, 500% of Lauma's elemental mastery. I'm gonna say that on average, she... In a team that we do not focus a lot on Lauma's elemental mastery, she's going to likely have 1,000 elemental mastery. So it's a... No, hold on. 500%, that's 5 times 5,000 HP heal every 2 seconds. And on a team that we focus quite a bit on her elemental mastery, we can get to 1,500. So a 7,500 healing. When compared to Kukishinobu healing, I want to have a comparison point here. I believe I had my Kukishinobu healing somewhere stored up. Shinobu. From my actual Shinobu build. She heals for... $4,000, a total of 4,000, 3,200, and then 800, about 4,000 every 1.5 seconds. Lauma is healing for 5,000 every 2 seconds. I would say it's very similar to Kukushinobou healing. If we do not focus a lot on Lauma's healing capability, and we have to go out of our way to build for Lauma's healing though. Let's see. So how do we do this? 4,000 HP on a 1.5 second is 2,600 HP per second. Meanwhile, 700 per 2 seconds is around 3,700. It's a bit more if we focus on it. I see. So it seems that we have the potential to build a lot more healing on her if we really focus on it. That's the gist of it. And her C1 can be good or not depending on our build. And if she is a character that is a solo Dendro in the team, she's gonna need to build a lot more energy recharge. Lauma gonna need to build a lot more energy recharge, and her elemental mastery will need to reduce. In that case, the healing is not gonna be amazing. But if there is another Dendro character in the team, for example the Hida, for example Baiju, to help with her energy recharge situation, then she can build more for healing and damage herself. What about Chevy Hill? Chevy Hill is nothing. Chevy Hill is nothing. I can give you an example in game. We can see that right now. Chevy Hill is pathetic. Chevy heals every 2 seconds. So it's gonna be at that rate that's similar to the Lauma C1. And I believe this is a Chevy with level 11 talent that I'm gonna have. I'm gonna show you here. Okay. Do I have to lose HP for the numbers to show up? I may have to lose HP for the numbers. I can just calculate that. Who's gonna kill me fast? Which a local legend's probably gonna kill me fast, right? We can definitely just look at calculation instead of having to actually try it. It's fine.
Let's ride.
Hi.
Oh, come on! We're having so much fun!
Okay, okay, good enough, good enough. Thank you.
Hurry up, Grassa!
This Chevy's here. 3,000! 3,000! Level 12 talent, by the way. 44,000 HP, so that's above average healing from Chevy right there. You can confidently say that Lauma's healing is about double Chevy's healing, but we should not really take Chevy's healing as a comparison point for anything. We should not. What we can compare to is Bennett's healing, which is what people are used to. Bennett's healing. Let's not do the actual taking damage because that takes some time, but we can do a little bit of calculation here. Bennett is healing for 12.75% of his max HP plus 1,006. Yeah, just get the rough calculation. Do we have good artifacts on him? ER, HP, and heal bonus. Okay. 27 times 12.75 divided by 100 plus 1,006. And then a healing bonus is going to give him how much healing here? Times 1.35. So he is healing 6,800 every second. Every second. Bennett's healing every second. Lauma on a Pretty good build will heal this amount every 2 seconds. Let's go with another healer that people may be familiar with. This is talent level 10. Wait, no, talent level 9 for her healing. Continuous healing is 176.8% of how much defense she has here. I have her signature weapon, so this is gonna be a lot more defense than a usual person would have. Times 3,400. It's the rough estimation. Plus 1,000 more. So 7,000 healing per. How often does she heal? Ceylon Wiki. Hold on. This is a Vietnamese site. That's fine. I just want to see how often she heals. Every 1.5 seconds. So 7,000 healing every 1.5 seconds. Lauma is healing on a good build. 7,000 on 2 seconds. It's gonna be quite middling, I'd say. A little bit on the middling side. And considering that we're also taking bloom damage ourselves when we're playing a bloom team, I'd say Lauma C1 is requiring a little bit of testing to see if it's comfortable enough as the only healing option in the team. Though we do know that they have been reducing the bloom self-damage in 6.0 or in Luna 1, so maybe that's enough. It's remained to be seen. Maybe some of these videos, some people are gonna have a good showcase of Lauma C1 healing by herself.
That's very impressive. Oh, well, I did just see a 160k Lunar Bloom attack. That was probably from holding her skill. So she can do like a lot of direct Lunar Bloom damage herself, which is something we haven't really paid attention to yet. 220 there, Lunar Bloom attack. Not bad. Yeah, I couldn't see any higher than that 119, so I think that is the C2 buff. Still a pretty good buff just for the bloom damage, but also it was increasing her lunar bloom damage as well. And when we could use Ino, for example, and get Moon Sign Ascendant Gleam, then we could also get the 40%. So yeah, C2 seems like actually pretty huge for damage. C3 is just talents. We're gonna grab it. C4 as usual is just kind of an energy constellation, especially because she really only needs EM and energy recharge. I can't imagine this is gonna be that helpful. Like, we definitely don't have any energy issues currently. C6, as you can tell, is quite long, but it basically boils.
C4 is fine. I think he has the right reasoning, but he comes to a different conclusion than I am. She only scales with energy recharge and EM, so giving her energy recharge gives us more room to just focus on her EM. EM scaling on this character is big.
Down to a lot more damage that she will do, as well as, you know, more pale him stacks. So I'm not going to break that down piece by piece, obviously. The elevated thing, we're honestly just ignoring for now, but it does sound interesting, so we'll look at that separately. We can throw Inefa in the team. I guess also with C6, she definitely becomes more of an on-field, even though I feel like she was already like the best driver, so she'd be on-field anyway, but she's going to be even more so.
Okay. Wait. Is that the enemies damaging him? I think that's just the enemies damaging him. That's not like bloom damage.
So she'd be on field anyway, but she's gonna be.
Yeah, I think that's just the enemies damaging him.
Even more. So now, that's the one annoying thing with this boss, and of course, I was too busy yapping. Hold the E, do burst, and then we're just gonna start basicing and kind of see if we can spot. Oh my god! Okay, wait. Yeah, there is definitely some stuff happening there. Look at the boss's health bar. Like, this guy has, I think, almost 10 million HP, so it doesn't look like it's going down that fast, but Jesus Christ, he is a damage sponge. Part 2, oh my god, he's already almost dead. Dude, yeah,
All
that is insane.
All right,
granted,
nice,
she's C6. Is Xingqiu actually C6? Oh no, Xingqiu is C0, which makes that the whole thing just more impressive. But okay, sure. What we're going to do now is just replace Nilou with Inefa, but we do have Ascendant Gleam now. You know, Lauma's buffs will take effect. I've never used Inefa as like the Hyper Bloom trigger, so I don't really know what to expect here, to be honest, but it's going to do the stuff. Just do the rotation, and we'll see if we can spot anything in particular. We do, of course, have like Lunar Charge there now as well. Just gonna keep spamming.
Yeah, I think I see her damage being a little consistently a little bit higher.
Bad, and here we go. I mean, just like taking a look at the.
Hold on.
Lunar Charge there now as well.
Hold on.
We'll see if we
Is she dying?
Anything in particular. We do, of course, have like Lunar Charge there now as well. Just gonna.
This is C6 Lauma. Is she healing herself?
Burst, we didn't have it, which was kind of bad. And here we go. I mean, just like taking a look at the boss's health bar, it's still going down super fast. But to be totally honest,
okay, it seems that she heals enough, I guess. Though in the team, there's also Inefa providing a shield.
Taking a look at the boss's health bar, it's still going down super fast. But to be totally honest, it doesn't feel that different from the blue team, even though we are activating all those buffs now. We still didn't give Xingqiu any consolation.
It's hard, see, because he's cutting for the video.
He's really only there for the Hydra application, I suppose. I mean, no, that was really fast. My best C2 Chaska team with like C6 Mawika could do this guy in like 50 seconds. So just as a reference, I suppose, I'll have the time that battle took. But yeah, her C6 does seem pretty crazy. But okay, that'll do it for the early look of Lauma and nod-krai. I'll save the more thorough stuff when I actually raise her on my own account. And, you know...
All right, cool. It's a pretty informative video. I think that I did not have to click off video because of seeing 5 ads, so that's an improvement. Let's put him on the tier list. I would say he's gonna be on making me a little bit more hype. Is just the style of the video in general. I think he is a little bit more concise to the point and keeping the interest regarding watching the video up. As well as this is also, he's also giving quite a bit of information. I would say presenting it in a way that is a little bit more digestible than Savvy does. Ari, good to see you back. Srijan, welcome back to the stream. We're watching some content creator videos on Lauma Early Access right now and ranking them.
So I got to try.
Voti, this is, who is this?
I saw an absolute miracle.
Weightless? I have not seen this creator before. Alright. Voti gonna have a 28-minute video, probably trying out. Oh, a few team comps. You know what? I'm up to that. I'm up for that.
Out the newest 5-star Dendro character Lauma early, and her addition to Genshin opens up a lot of new potential for Dendro reactions. Being mainly a support and buffer who also gains the ability to heal with her first constellation, she is honestly everything that
what is this music?
Character. In order to understand Lauma, there are a few new mechanics in nod-krai that I want to go over. The most important one is the moon sign system, where depending on the number of nod-krai members are in your team, you get either the nascent gleam with one nod-krai character, or Ascendant Gleam with 2 or more nod-krai characters. So if your team consists of only Lauma as your nod-krai character, then your moon sign is Nascent Gleam. And if you add I Know into the party, then your moon sign is Ascendant Gleam. Think of it similarly to the Elemental Resonance.
What are these poses?
You know how many characters that fits the criteria is in your party. The moon sign system is particularly important for Lauma because she gets a different buff depending on whether the team's moon sign is.
Alright, thank you. Thank you for explaining that. I appreciate that. For the people that may not be familiar with concept, though we have watched 2 videos. Note that though, for the ranking,
moon icon below your party members. When possessing the Elemental Bloom relation, do you all of understand? But various team comp things were done in the creator experience server. Start off with looking at Lauma's animations. For idle animation, which is nice. But she's a Kalos character, so her normal attacks are pretty unique in a way where she just kind of throws Dendro at enemies. So that's pretty cool. And her Elemental skill, you can just tap E to summon some deer that deals like Dendro damage every.
Lauma in the weapon selection.
Her charge attack is also very unique because she can first turn into a deer, which is pretty cool and helps with exploration. And she can also jump twice in midair, which is very nice as
Oh,
well.
double jumping!
To reach certain places when you might not normally be able to. And when her deer form charge attack is on cooldown, she basically just throws a deer at enemies when you like
throw a deer.
So that's pretty cool. And her elemental burst has very nice animation. So my current Lauma build, I am at level 90 already. I'm using her signature weapon, which is her best in slot. And some alternatives you could use are definitely going to be sacrificial fragments, because you'll be able to get a substantial amount of elemental mastery with this, and it's a pretty good free-to-play option. If you don't have this weapon, don't worry, there's also another alternative you could use, which is going to be a brand new weapon called Black Marrow Lantern.
Oh.
I'd say with ClickUp, doing my daily tasks is up to 10 times faster.
The work of a...
There is an event weapon coming. He's probably gonna talk about it, right?
This one also increases elemental mastery, but the passive you get from this weapon is actually pretty good, because it increases bloom damage and also lunar bloom damage. So it's a very nice alternative to her signature weapon. As for Lauma's artifact set,
wait, no?
Very nice
no? He's not gonna talk about the event weapon? That's for free? It's this weapon, by the way, chat. It's right next to it. It gives elemental mastery and energy recharge, which are all the 2 stats she also needs. Generally, I would favor the ER stat more than this, because she does have a pretty hefty amount of energy recharge requirement. But okay.
To her signature weapon. As for Lauma's artifact set, I'm using the newest Silken Moons.
Show aside, yeah, I wish I could. This is not me.
Lauma. So you'll be able to start farming this artifact set once nod-krai is released. And my stats are looking pretty good. I have 224 energy recharge.
That's decent.
And 1,100 elemental.
Wait, 224 recharge? How do you get that much? From a non-ER weapon? What?
As a C0 character as well. And
oh, I guess because we have 20% from the artifact set itself, and okay. That still requires a hefty amount of ER from different artifacts, though. I guess it's achievable.
Talents, I have everything at level 9. But the most important talent to focus on are both the
Advanced weapon, something better than her sig.
So Lauma in a team, she turns all dental related reactions into
that's
bloom reactions.
I don't think that's true. Her sig is still better, not by a lot. Her sig is better.
Every time her party members deal lunar bloom reaction damage. And that lunar bloom reaction isn't to be confused with lunar bloom damage. Because currently as of 6.0, she is the only one that can deal lunar bloom damage, which is like italicized damage. So if you hold her E while you have verdant dew stacks,
do it.
She can deal some lunar bloom damage. So let's quickly gain back the verdant dew stacks by just applying lunar bloom reactions. Let's get 3 stacks before we unleash.
Wow, that's a lot of new enemies. What is that?
Okay. No! Okay, enemy died before I could do it, so I guess we gotta just try
just
this out.
Just full-on robot over there? Okay, I guess we do have a robot from Fontaine.
Scary zombie.
And robot in that land. Okay, wow.
Oh, let's see how much damage you can do.
97,000.
Okay. Not bad. And also, one of the things I really like about Lauma, though, is she's able to make those dental reactions crit with her Ascension stat. So once you ascend Lauma, you can pretty much just crit.
Which this is pick? Which what?
Reactions.
I don't think if you're sharing a link, it's not showing. You probably have to do it in Discord.
Crit. Oh, didn't crit. These new enemies are actually pretty unique in a way where they actually revive if you don't kill them fast enough. Alright, I think I saw a crit. But that's like spread, I believe. I didn't really deal any hyper bloom crits. Pretty nice damage.
Alright, that's fine. Let's look at some showcase.
Lauma actually buffs hyper bloom so much. Because before Lauma, I don't think I ever saw 50k hyper bloom damage. That's a damage.
That's true.
I see how Lauma can improve this team.
Big robots, okay. They all have miniguns now.
40k lunar bloom damage, that's pretty good. And once we use
in my medieval fantasy game,
nice. So yeah, as you can see, Lauma's
no way.
Ascension passive allows us to crit with dendro damage, which is pretty strong. And also this domain is pretty easy with Lauma because of blooms. Alright, let's go fight an enemy that we can properly
jump scare.
Cave's damage potential. So we have this Dorito, then yeah, rotation's done.
Wow, I just realized something, chat.
69k with the bloom damage, 20k with like without the crits. So that's decent. 70k. Wow. Okay. I didn't just ability with Cave's bloom crit with Lauma is a very big difference to his damage output. Because normally you need pretty.
Wait, this is a non-Nilo team, by the way. Okay, that's pretty good.
Good damage now. This team definitely works out really well, and is pretty free to play. I know. So as you did, let's send to Pumas's personal damage output. So let's just do our rotation against this Fatui.
40,000. It's okay. I don't think that's a crit.
Okay, there's more enemies. 100k crit.
100k.
Yeah,
pretty nice.
Kind of sacrifices Lunar Bloom reaction damage to increase Lauma's personal Lunar Bloom damage.
I don't think it's really worth it as of right now.
Best against Electro Flower.
It's gonna work more when we have Nefer, which is a character specialized at dealing Lunar Bloom talent damage.
Before I even destroy the shield.
A 100,000 on a grid, which happens 50% of the time, every 12 seconds is not something to write home about.
And then once we destroy the shield, we can see our true damage.
Questionable healing. Anytime now.
130k Lunar Bloom. Wow.
Nice.
It's probably like the highest amount I've done so far. So I already know Lauma is pretty strong by herself as a soul duplicator.
No, but mentioned!
What if we add Nahida into the equation? Let's see how much she'll be able to do now. One character in our team being especially against
Alright, see the damage.
Attacks. But we'll see what happens. Hopefully I'll be able to survive the onslaught. Yeah, rotations are hopefully I'll be able to survive the onslaught. Yeah, rotations are pretty easy with her. You can pretty much just stay on her on field, and she'll be able to deal pretty high amount of damage. Alright, now we gotta watch out because I'm running out of stamina, and boss hits hard. Alright, it's gonna burst
136.
Avoid the damage. Yeah, I see 100k. Wow. 100k again. Which kind of helps out because I got some pretty lucky crits. But
when are we gonna get the other Regis Mines? What more do you want?
Legend.
We have a Cryo Regis Mine, we have a Pyro Regis Mine, we have a Electro Regis Mine.
So
I guess we're still missing a lot of stuff.
In addition to her personal damage, she's contributing a lot.
Do you have a Hydro? Do you have an
and
we do not have a Dendro Regis Mine. We do not have a
quickly. Okay, I'm going to finish the boss off with this.
Geo Regis Mine.
A bunch of Hyper Bloom teams and
a Nemo Regis Mine.
The last Dendro reaction I haven't really tried out is the Burngen team. And this on paper might seem a little bit weird, but it's pretty fun for Narwhal rotations.
I'm not a believer. I'm not a believer.
Alright, I got 34k Burngen damage I just saw. Unfortunately, I think
I am not a believer. What is this?
K?
What is this?
46k, okay.
You don't play gaming like this!
Gets to the middle. Alright, this is when I deal my damage here. Make sure the boss is wet. I kind of messed up a little bit, but we're gonna get eaten up by the whale.
I don't know, man.
And Lunar Bloom did 130k.
I don't know, man.
54k blooms. Alright, it's finally time to.
I don't know, man.
4k
I think he dies, chat.
Right.
I think he dies, chat. Look at the gaming's HP.
50...
Half.
4.
Lower than half.
blooms. Alright. Around 38k.
You know what? I think what
Bloom did 130k.
I think what happens is
54k blooms.
1/5 HP, and then when Gaming's plunged down, Gaming's drain his own HP, and then Gaming's taking burden damage, self damage. He dies. So it's a cut right here.
Alright, it's finally time to properly test out this team.
It's a nice attempt.
Let me see.
At testing.
100k, okay, I got a crit. But that's pretty insane. 54k. Yeah, I think I'm averaging around like 50k. That's pretty good. Alright, let's get this Burgeon team a second go. And
I don't know what this man's is coping about. Yeah, there we go. Toma, give at least if you try Burgeon, give it the proper Burgeon team.
Another Burgeon team. But this time I replaced Jiaming and Kokomi with Xinqiu and Toma. The only problem with this team might just come down to the burst. And Raiden being a pretty mobile boss, and also potentially stealing my Denso core is kind of annoying, but I saw 53k damage, so that's pretty good.
At least this is a proper Burgeon team.
Also, my main concern is just, dying because I don't have a healer on this. We gotta see some nice damage though. So I'm happy about that. Let me see how much damage I'll be able to do with Lunar Bloom.
If I'm gonna play this team, I would have either Lauma C1, because Toma's shield is not doing anything here. He's supposed to be building full EM to trigger Burgeon, or replace Nahida with a healer like Baiju or Kirara, she's a shield, or Yao Yang.
I'm happy about that. Let me see how much damage I'll be able to do with Lunar Bloom. 100k, alright. I mean, I could just switch into Toma again, but he'll probably die. But this is for Burgeon. Oh, I'm actually still alive. I did 52k. Nice. I guess one nice thing about Burgeon.
Oh my god. Give me some actual footage, please. Give me some useful footage. Okay. Side note mention.
Nice frozen by like the cryo slimes. Yeah, damage-wise, we're doing pretty nice. Pretty high damage, and also another wave spawn, and we can still deal Denso damage, so that's one thing I like about Lauma, being able to still
So there's a thing about this.
So
when these slimes are having their shield up, they are only affected by cryo, and we cannot really react things on top of them.
Pretty high damage.
So there's not gonna be any bloom stuff happening.
Also another wave spawn, and we can still
I don't know why he is testing on these enemies.
That's one thing I like about Lauma, being able to still support Sino, even though
I don't know,
different
man.
waves spawned. Yeah, overall, the Cookie Hyper Bloom can also deal considerable amount of damage as well. So we've tested out a bunch of different teams. One thing we haven't really tested out is Nilos' team.
Thank you.
It's a very special mechanic because in a pure Bloom team, so with
Man's avoiding the real team like a plague.
Special bountiful Bloom. So we'll see how this team holds
What's
up.
the one you sent? Did you send anything?
The roster. And hopefully we'll be able to challenge some local
Shijan?
legends.
Oh, okay. Gacha Gamer. Yeah, we have that.
Make sure it stays put somehow. I can see like my Bloom damage is doing like around 48k. Not bad. Sometimes I get
64.
my crits as well, which deals even more damage. And the best part is, Lauma's personal damage can also help out a lot. I see a 53k Bloom proc. That's good. 82k. Yeah, this team is definitely like very strong as well. Because of the Bloom immediately exploding, even if a boss is love to move, and you just gotta destroy it with reaction for time.
Oh, that's the new boss. Alright.
I
don't know. I don't know what. I think this is a fair critique. The way that he is testing things is discouraging me from watching more, because it seems that it's not that informative. I think it's a fair critique, right? Gonna download this so we can put on our list. Volti. Probably he has more informative stuff later on. And at the beginning, he does explain how the resonant thing works, so I guess I can put him in. I learned some. Maybe. The showcase is not doing wonder for my hype regarding the character. I think that's fair, right? I went to lose. We have a lot more to go through. I have a lot of tab open up here. Who's this? Voltaire. Let's put him back here with the videos that I have watched. This is Weightless. This is... Who's this? Hold on. Who's this? How do I minimize this thing on my screen? Really? There we go. This is Gacha Gamer. You know what? Let's take a little bit of breather and watch a video that's more regarding just looking at pretty things. This is Cat Blue Hat. This is some Abyss stuff. Sora Hoshino. More Abyss stuff. Mojack.
So I've got early access to...
This is Gacha Gamer on Aino.
Our first Hydro Claymore. Hello and welcome to my channel.
I hear I win to lose.
Is Aino
somewhere
usable as a free 4-star character? Well, the truth is more complicated than it might seem. In today's video, we'll take a look at just
we gotta
how
organize some
useful
of these
or not a Constellation Zero Aino can be for your account.
We gotta organize some of these, chat. Ooh, get me out. Okay, let's watch this one. We'll get to there. Moon Chanter, the Frost Moon Scions. What the fuck is happening? We're looking at peak. Literally, have you seen these peaks? From the mountains? You heard that Nefer cannot bloom? She cannot. As such, she has a lot of moon motifs all over her outfit. It doesn't matter which angle you look at her, there's always at least one moon design. Earring? I don't even know what kind of panties she's wearing. It's barely covering her anything. Why can't Nefer bloom? She's like Navia, where she globs up the bloom so she does more damage. It's a very good explanation, I think, from someone else, not from me. So think of Navia. So all the shards that is lying around, Navia eats those shards up to do more damage. Never eats the bloom on the ground up to do more damage. Except she eats that automatically rather than we having to manually do that. How's Lauma? Yeah. Lauma is Lauma. She's doing something. Yes, she's doing something indeed. How powerful is Lauma? She's bringing bloom stuff and hyper bloom stuff back into meta. She's strong. Should you pull for her? It depends. Do you like bloom? Would you like to bloom? Fitting design her. 3 moons intersect. If you want to pull for Nefer, you definitely should pull for Lauma. But other than that, she's gonna enable a new playstyle for, well, a higher ceiling for Hyper Bloom. But if you don't care about Hyper Bloom, you don't have to worry about that. Any low bloom stuff. You are the deer. What the hell is this? Okay, sure. I see the appeal. There's something about her walk that's very captivating. Something about her walk that's very captivating. I wonder what that is. Alikinos look so short in comparison. Okay, you know what? I think there's a lot more of hip swaying that's happening here as well. I mean, this is normal amount of hip swaying in walking. This is an exaggerated amount of hip swaying. She floats. Oh. Looks somewhat similar to Shan Yun attack, actually. Somewhat similar to Shan Yun attack. She also does some kind of particles thingy. Somewhat similar. Horns. Those physics never reaching Signoras. What is with Signora physics again? Can you share a Signora physics video for me? For comparison purpose, for science? Shield stamina. Antlers just lit up. Wait, hold on. Oh, I think her antlers lighting up is an indication for she can use her deer form again. It's a cooldown. I think that's what it is. You have a video of you getting distracted with shit talker. Hold. Alright. Never understand the high. What do you mean? Just added I know the team now who analyze bigger. See that? Alright, here's a comparison chat. Hips. Wait a minute. Ah, I see. Her horn in the burst is a static animation. This is not representative of the horn that we currently have for her. She's currently have little horns right now. She's growing. She's getting more horny. Oh, the animals are interacting with her. They are sharing? What? Brings gift when you approach them. Wow. Okay. I guess another reason to actually pull Lauma. Wow. That's actually new. NPCs reacting to us? Damn. The code, I believe I have already shared this in the server. If I have not, let me check. Wait, this is a different code, right? No, I have already shared this code before from a few days ago. So if you look at the announcement channel, you'll be able to see that code with the link as well. She's mommy? She is. Have you seen this, by the way? Okay, hold on.
Really, what is Senora's fucking deal? Why is it that when she's idle, her boobs are literally... What the hell is this game?
Ari, I don't think you have really paid enough attention. I don't think you've really paid enough attention to this. Hold. It is already slowed down, but let me try to slow it down even more. I don't know if you've noticed that. Let me do that one more time. Last time. Yeah? Yeah, this is peak physics right here, chat. As she moves her arms. They get squished together. Here you go, chat. Alright, real time this time. I don't know if you have seen Lauma just idling, by the way. Ari, have you seen Lauma just idling? She's just breathing, by the way. I still cannot get over what the heck she's wearing, chat. What the heck is this? This is not even panties. What the hell is this? Alright, moving on. That's a very informative video. Very informative. Cat 1, Cat 2. In terms of hype, I think Cat Blue Hat video is putting me at this level. In terms of big brain, I actually learned a little bit about her design, though quite a bit of that is gooning. We see a little bit more hip swaying from her, I guess. And do we actually learn anything? Do we actually learn anything useful, though? Hold on. Okay, she's floating. I did not know this one. That's okay. She can go on water. Fine. Oh, this is actually new. I did not know about this. The animal is giving us stuff and just being nice to us. Sure, we learned stuff. We learned stuff. Big brain. Big brain. Is this as big brain as this? Maybe no. She's gonna be Cat Blue Hat's gonna be on the low side, big brain, because we do not learn anything about her combat stuff. A bit, yeah, a bit. Her top moves so much from literally nothing. Like, why is it so move so much? God damn.
Do as you wish.
Okay, okay. The OG Ziggler. Whose video is this? I went to Los. Okay. Voltaire, we watched that. Let's watch this guy.
NVDA hay Google là hai cá mập lớn khét tiếng với những thương.
Today I have a special video for you. I had the chance to play, test and showcase Lauma before her release, together with some new mechanics from nod-krai and of course a new danger reaction, Lunar Bloom. Not only that, I was even able to try some of Lauma's teams against the new Abyss and Stygian Onslaught. I'm really excited for this video, so let's see what Lauma is all about.
This guy is a streamer and a meta player that also makes guide, so I do expect quite a bit of information.
Makes Lauma sound like a character that can only be played here. But that's not the case at all. She actually works in many teams and with many different units, and I have a feeling for some future one too. She's a Catalyst user with an Elemental Mastery Ascension stat, and here I noticed something different. This Ascension stat grows the same as someone like Silali, but she ends up with way more Elemental Mastery. This is Lauma with no artifacts, resonance, weapon, nothing to boost her Elemental Mastery. And this is Silali in the same situation. Lauma not only gets 115 from the Ascension, but she naturally also has a base of 200 elemental mastery.
She has a secret buff!
This is pretty handy. Before looking at her kit, let's showcase her charger attack, because it's actually an exploration talent. It uses stamina and it's not the fastest, but it's able to double jump. It has a short cooldown, but when I tried it I was like, how do I tell that it's on cooldown? And it turns out
horn lights up.
The indication is her horns. If they glow, it's ready to use, otherwise they're turned off. A nice detail. Let's go look at the combat side of her kit now. The first and most important thing to talk about is that she replaces Bloom with Lunar Bloom. This can be a bit complicated, so bear with me. Lunar Bloom is not like Lunar Charged. It doesn't modify the base reaction.
My brain rot is acting up.
The Bloom cores created by Lunar Bloom are still just Bloom cores, doing Bloom damage. Here's proof. We can trigger a simple Bloom with Barbara and Colette, dealing 4680 damage. We then add Lauma to the party. We now have access to Lunar Bloom, and she also buffs it by 14%. We do the same setup, but the damage is yet again 4680. We can try the same with Hyper Bloom, Virgin, or even Bountiful cores from Nilo, and nothing changes. There will be other buffs in Lauma's kit, but this is to showcase that the new reaction itself is not doing anything to Bloom. And here you might be wondering, what does it do then? What Lunar Bloom actually does is make every Bloom core give you an extra resource called Verdant Dew, represented by these icons you see on her and any time under your party.
I am growing more and more... okay, what was the word? I am getting... like, at first when I see a Lunar Bloom reaction, I thought this kind of just not very interesting. But the more I am getting used to this, the more I think like, okay, it is something that's just new in the game. There is no reaction in the game right now that just gives us an additional resource at all. They just do something, vape and melt just multiply our damage. Spread and aggravate increase our damage by a number. Some reaction just does additional damage. Freeze. Geo crystallize gives us a shield, but none of the reaction actually gives us resources. This is just something new. It's not very flashy, but I think it's something that worth exploring.
This reaction is basically a counter of how many blooms are happening in the team, although in reality it's a bit more complicated than that. Each bloom starts a mini 2.5 seconds timer that will fill one of these health points and become one Verdant Dew. Here I triggered 2 blooms back to back and I only got 1 dew and a half. That's because the second bloom reset the timer and ended up giving me 1 plus a bit more. But the nice part is that it doesn't matter if the cores explode early, don't explode at all, if they are made by Nilo or used for Hyper Bloom and Virgin. I tested them all.
Wait, what?
Early,
hold on.
Don't explode, giving me 1 plus and I only got 1 dew and a half. That's because the second bloom reset the timer and ended up giving me 1 plus a bit more. But the nice part is that it doesn't matter if the cores explode early, don't explode at all, if they are made by Nilo or used for Hyper Bloom and Virgin. I tested them all and they all worked just fine. So we can say that Lunar Bloom, as a reaction, is doing nothing but count these stacks. And her skill is where we get to use them, and it's honestly a really strong talent. It has a top version that is pretty bad attack, and then another one...
Alright, thank you. We have watched a lot of the video from other creators explaining about these talents.
In this legendary space MMO, the heroic acts and merciless betrayals of its players.
Then the next time they are, in the next 15 seconds, they will be converted. But it's our
skill and burst, passive, nod-krai resonance.
I've been repeating over and over that Lunar Bloom is nothing but a counter and that it's her whole skill.
Lauma is sus!
Damage that we have. And I did because I know it's gonna cause confusion among players. But if we think about it, isn't it kinda weird that we get a character that unlocks a new reaction, has only 1 instance of damage from that reaction, but still buffs it? And the buff is not just for her, it is for every Lunar Bloom from anyone, and it activates when you have 2 nod-krai characters. That's kind of sus. Anyway, before looking at builds, I just wanted to let you know that this video might push me to 20,000 subs, so if you find it interesting so far, do consider helping out. Looking at the build side of things, for Lauma is much more chill compared to her kit. On nod-krai's release day, I will post a full guide with way more details and calculations, but for now we can check the 2 nod-krai sets and her signature weapon. Lauma can actually use both the new artifact sets, and more. The supportive set gives her 20% energy recharge and either 60 or 120 elemental mastery to the entire
ER is useful for her.
Moon sign. and additionally 10% lunar reaction damage. The DPS set, however, gives her 80 elemental mastery,
Endgame help when?
Reaction damage again, and 15 or 30 crit rate based on moon sign, but only when on field. The only problem with these two sets
there will be a Stygian Onslaught help
means that Lauma is going to lose the crit talent
this weekend because Stygian Onslaught is about to be over.
Change for buffing just her old skill, and not by that much. This honestly can be counterproductive in many teams, but still has its uses. These sets, when she is the solo nod-krai character, however, lose most of their value, getting only 15% crit rate from the DPS set and 60 elemental mastery from the supportive set. And that means that a more classic approach like Deep Food or even just stacking elemental mastery with gilded or 2-piece plus 2-piece bonus is actually still viable. And as far as stats, she will use mainly elemental mastery and energy recharge. Her burst does not have a cap on how much it can buff the bloom reactions, which means we can stack as much elemental mastery as we can. Crit can be a good stat, but only after this two, and then
Bloom's okay is Novelet. Alright, you know what? I am excited
to a Novelet carry team now.
for this.
Because if the flat damage coming from her burst to buff bloom related reaction is indeed flat, that means it's gonna help a bunch regardless of us focusing on the reaction or not. Basically having Hyperbloom as complementary damage to an already established damage dealing core.
10,000, 40,000, what?
Personal damage compared to some other team comps.
Wait, what?
Even losing the Rash Red, one of the most important buffs to increase damage. Lauma is
Still, okay, 10,000, 40,000.
Absolutely loves it. Even Cookie is technically dealing danger damage because of Hyperblooms. Now, you could also do something else here. Just like the previous team, you can actually use a double nod-krai comp and also get another reaction going.
Wait, where's the 10,000 damage coming from? I see 59,000 as well.
We would have a shield and access to the new supportive artifact set. We're playing
Who's doing the 10,000? Is that Lauma? Skill?
The Cookie version is definitely a cheaper option, but generally I'd say that Lauma can absolutely benefit Noilat and do so greatly. Both these two teams I just showcased have much higher energy requirements for Lauma. It's probably necessary for many builds to adjust for that. That will generally be thanks to an energy recharge stance, and sometimes even more. And lastly, of course, we have to talk and showcase a Nilo team. And she's already giving us a good understanding of how this is going to work. Her passive reads, Bountiful Core damage is considered the damage dealt by danger cores produced by Bloom. Which means that when Lauma is the only character from nod-krai, these Bountiful Cores can crit. Including Lauma to a Nilo team is going to represent a fantastic option and upgrade, making it a competitive team even against a single enemy. And since we're playing a comp with another danger role, Lauma's ER requirements will be much more manageable. However, in this occasion, we are using Nahida as well, another great unit, especially thanks to how much danger she applies. But this means the blooms are going to hit, and those hit you as well for a portion of their damage. Meaning that in the case of Kokomi, a hybrid build or even a healing build might be more manageable, and even advised. With Lauma, you can actually look into other versions of this.
Alright, good stuff, good stuff. I want to see the Hyperbloom, because that's... not a lot of people do this. I want to see the Hyperbloom.
In the Hyperbloom, we start with one danger attack so that we get at least one bloom going, so that once we're back, we can use her old skill, even if just for one Verdant Dew. Unfortunately, you cannot cast the hold without any. Alternatively, we could just give up the hold, at least on the first cast, and simply use our tap to open the fight and get the Rash Red right away. On the bright side, in Abyss, Verdant Dews can actually be kept from one floor to another, so that should help. And this team honestly plays extremely easily. You will keep applying Hydro and Electro for Hyperbloom while Lauma stays on field and provides necessary extra danger application with her attacks to help generate Bloom cores. It feels really strong even for a Hyperbloom team, and I can totally see this archetype come back just because of Lauma. As far as builds and alternatives, of course,
that is a strong team. This is Stygian Onslaught level 5.
Among the best are going
Fearless.
to be Cookie, and
this is really strong.
Choosing Inefa or Aino would allow this team to tap into the new Resonance, the new nod-krai set, and fully CV for Lauma.
This is a team without sustain though.
Mostly just in the presence of Inefa. Otherwise, all we're doing is getting those, but trading the ability for our Hyperblooms to crit. And I guess we haven't really talked about Aino. She's going to have her own video, but damage is definitely not something that she brings to the table. Let's move on to a Novelet.
Wow, that's really strong. That team is strong. Why is this Fontaine grabbing nod-krai? Why not? You were gonna fall asleep and then your neurons activated and now you're drawing Lauma. Neuron activation! Engaged! Okay, where would this video fall? It's quite informative, even though we skip around a lot because we have already gotten those information from the other creators. But 7th place does touch on those points. Boo. 7. 7. Cool. I'm giving 7 here in terms of big brain, and the vibe of the video, I think can be a little bit better improved. Not to get away from how dense in information it is. We have a few more to go through. Let's see. We have Gacha Gamer. Some Abyss stuff. I Want to Lose and Weightless. This is a... Oh my god, this creator is having a 28-minute video, by the way. No way. I hope they are packed with helpful information. I Want to Lose having a 23-minute video. Moga, you know what? Moga we watched. This is Gacha Gamer actually. I'm watching Gacha Gamer.
Just to Lauma, and I feel like I'm going crazy here because
you're less concerned about Lauma personality right now, more concerned about her joining big forehead gang.
Different from the way my home country Lithuania depicts.
Yes.
Yes, Hoyo decided to improve her looks. Anyway, besides the new facelift, Lauma is also going to redefine how we look at Bloom teams because, boy oh boy, the upgrade is quite insane. Not only that, she's bringing back from the dead some off-meta units. And surprisingly enough, she's even good outside your typical blooms and hyper blooms. However...
Oh, actually, you know what? This is an archetype that I'm aware of, but not a lot of people has been talking about this. Lauma is actually as good as Emily in a Kinesh team.
Outside your typical blooms and hyper blooms. However, Lauma also introduces a new dilemma. The new nod-krai.
Do you know that Lauma gets hornier if you have 2 nod-krai characters? I know. And isn't that great?
Intriguing, trying to find the balance when playing with 1 or 2 nod-krai units of the team. But yeah, in this Constellation Zero Lauma showcase video, I am going to cover all of these things I've just mentioned, plus I'll also showcase her damage potential, including the new nod-krai weapons, as well as all the builds I've tried out. Most importantly, I'll tell you exactly how much of an improvement Lauma is to existing Bloom teams, and in which other comps she excels in. Okay, so first of all, this video contains footage from the creator experience server, which means content shown here is subject to change. Yes, thanks to her, the reactions can also score critical hits, and here, Hyperbloom ends up dealing about 90,000 damage, resulting in over 2.7 times higher damage than you'd normally do. And then if you use her signature catalyst, now the Hyperbloom deals over 50k damage, and critical hit scores over 100,000 damage. Pretty crazy stuff. On average, it looks like she improves Hyperbloom teams by about 30 to 50%, which is massive if you think about it. Same goes for Nilo Bloom teams. Average Bloom goes from 42k to 55k or more damage with Lauma, and then critical hits can even go upwards of 110,000 damage. Safe to say, this is a very serious upgrade to these existing teams.
This is what event weapon.
A lot more once we get to the team section, but for now, let's take a look at how she actually works. Alright, so she can be built in many different ways, and currently, she'll be using the upcoming event weapon, Ether Light Spin, since it's a really strong...
It seems like an in-depth explanation.
Damage boost from Guild Dendrap.
Talk about artifacts.
Over, it goes in
oh, hold on.
A double jump.
I'd like to see
However,
this.
I'd say the travel speed compared to other units from Natlan is slower, but she can cover a good distance. And then once this form is over, it goes into 4-second cooldown, and while it's recovering, you can use her regular charge attacks. But in reality, even if you cancel out the form early, I don't see her using this charge attack much in combat. Anyway, moving over to the elemental skill, when tapped, a small amount of initial damage is dealt, and then every 2 seconds.
One question, if Lauma increase power Bloom with Lunar Bloom, if we do Burgeon Hyper Bloom, will they also get buff? Yes. Yes. She is increasing Bloom, Hyper Bloom, and Burgeon damage, or alike. She is also increasing Lunar Bloom damage.
From early, I don't
They're
see
different.
Her using
Bloom damage and Lunar Bloom damage can happen in the same team.
Out the form early, I regular for the units from over.
Alright, okay, I want to talk about that.
But she can cover
it seems that
distance. And then once this
Lauma is moving a little bit slower, but can cover more distance, which is what I like. Yelan stopping there, Ceylon stopping there, Mohica is cheating a little bit by walking, and Lauma can get over there. It's a shame that she has to spend stamina for it, though.
It goes into 4-second cooldown, and while it's recovering, you can use her I don't tapped, a small amount of initial damage is dealt, and then every 2 seconds, this deer she summons deals AoE damage within the skill's radius while following the active character. Most importantly,
the AoE is big, kind of big and kind of small at the same time. And we can see if we just walk this way a little bit, we are no longer hitting the enemy. We're no longer hitting the enemy from here. It's big, but it's also kind of small.
Within the skill's radius while following the active character. So
we almost have to be within this range of the enemy for it to be effective.
Following the active character. Most importantly, when enemies are hit by the skill, even if she is off-field, their Hydro and Dendro resistance will be reduced by 22.5% at level 9, or
I wonder how it's gonna work with Kinich, because Kinich does move around a lot.
You'll definitely want to crown this talent ASAP. Also, since the skill lasts for 15 seconds, and Resistance Shred lasts for 10 seconds, effectively, this resistance reduction duration
bigger
is
than
25 seconds.
I mean,
the enemy receives the last hit. So this is a very long and flexible duration. Like,
this is not gonna be good enough for, say, Tignari.
Now, she can also cast the hold version of the skill, but for that, we need to first take a look at her third passive ability. So, when Lauma is in the team, any bloom reaction will be instead converted to Lunar Bloom, and still trigger.
Alright. We know about this.
And a bloom. So in shown, the difference is that this specific Lauma damage, the third used for this just pale him stacks. If most of those
very cool. Pale stack from her burst is how we can increase the bloom family reaction damage.
Is casted. But yeah, in total, you can obtain up to 36 Pale Him stacks or empower stacks with.
What if 7 minutes a day could take you back 30?
Without that, only her skill contributes to damage, and then
which team does Lauma improve? Alhaitham?
Other single Dendro units, and any teams you've played before, Lauma can now be easily used in them. For example, you can use her in the classic Alhaitham, Xingqiu, and Cookie team comp, or go for a free-to-play variation such as Fischl, Xingqiu, and Sucrose. Or you can even dip into double Hydro with Yelan and Xingqiu. The world is your oyster. Any previous Hyperbloom team basically just gets upgraded with Lauma. However, when it comes to new team comps, let's just say our Trice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal guy yet again keeps on winning. That's right, playing Nuvi along with Farina and Inefa is actually quite good. But remember, Hyperblooms no longer can cause.
She improves on Hyperbloom? Yes, she does.
I would say this is the only case for Hyperbloom comps where running another nod-krai unit makes sense, since while the reaction's potential damage decreases, Lauma does gain other benefits, mostly to do with her personal DPS. If let's say you're using Black Marrow Lantern, and then the new nod-krai artifact set, it will now give everyone 120 EM. Plus, her hold skill will hit for a much higher Lunar Bloom damage. Still, I'd say based on my own personal experience, it seems like running double nod-krai units in Nilo Bloom teams.
Oh boy, I have to calculate the Devilet Hyper Bloom team.
Now, she's mostly there to help enable the Bloom reactions with her burst, while Lauma's personal damage will be higher. However, because Nilo teams are a nightmare to calculate, ask any theory crafter and they'll say
I have to calculate Kinich Lauma team. Oh my god, there's so many things I have to do.
The strongest. This is where the team's DPS truly skyrockets, and I'm talking about single target damage potential. Everyone knows that Nilo Bloom is best against multiple targets, but thanks to Lauma, now it's also amazing against just big dumb bosses or enemies. Seriously,
you need her, you thought you could skip?
And
you
yeah,
thought!
You might have noticed. Nahida is working together
you
with Lauma here.
Well, you was
for
probably.
Teams, they are perfect for each other. Due to so much Dendro application, usually it will be the Hydro unit dealing Bloom damage, and Lauma's hold skill can reach some big numbers as well. Now, one problem that's always been present in Nilo Bloom teams was survivability. Due to Blooms causing recoil damage, without a healer in the team, it is possible in places like Abyss that the team will be wiped out. Sure, you can avoid most of damage with invincibility frames during something like burst animation or dashing, but for newer players, this could be a problem. And right now, Kokomi is kind of, or Nouvellette can be useful. Heals, or running one of the Catalyst users with Prototype Amber to themselves at least. Kave, that's right, this guy is actually made to heal, while heal themselves at least. Kave, that's right, but
alright, I have to time it right.
Heal, while heal themselves at least. Kave, that's right, this guy is actually
one more time.
While heal themselves at least. Kabe. That's right, this guy is actually making his big comeback because thanks to his passive, and especially if he have his C1 unlocked, he can just tank through the Bloom recoil damage like it's nothing. His self-healing is insane, and you can even slap on him the not so long ago released Claymore for that extra free-to-play goodness. But yeah, Nilo Bloom teams are thriving thanks to Lauma. While it's hard to say the exact number right now, but after so many test runs, the improvement in overall team damage seems to be about 40% on average. Maybe less, maybe more, but this alone makes this team archetype so good, it's now strong enough to beat single target bosses with ease. But keep in mind, footage I've shown from Abyss will be the next upcoming cycle, and it gives a big boost to Bloom related reactions on the second side. But even removing that from the equation, Lauma's buffing resist and shred, he can deal some strong.
Alright,
what about other teams? Well, I like this interesting team with Kinich. Lauma is specifically using TTDS to buff him, so along with her resist and shred, he can deal some strong damage before the buff runs out. As for Burgeon, while it also became better thanks to her, it's not as significant upgrade as Hyper Bloom or Nilo Bloom teams.
Burgeon is just not that good.
Roster, or should I say, current pyro unit options. Finally, I also like this Burn Vape Mulani team. By using Movwika and then Finally, I also like this Burn Vape Mulani team. By using Movwika and then Yalan or Silali, this team mostly benefits from Lauma's Hydro Resistance Shred while the enemy is burning, plus she can be equipped with something like Instructor set, or just use the new nod-krai support set. Overall, as a Dendro unit, you can put Lauma in any of the previously popular teams that use Dendro support, and she will then suddenly make the team much better. I also didn't mention this while showcasing, but normally, in a lot of teams, Lauma will be running deep with set, especially for Hyper Bloom comps, unless you put this set on someone else. However, the new Silk and Moon Serenade set actually works with anyone because it only cares about moon sign level, so you can interchange these sets between the units if needed, although I'd still put this new set on Lauma since it gives her energy recharge, and in Hyper Bloom teams, she will need a lot of energy, while the requirements become lower in Nilo Bloom teams.
Okay, real quick, I want to give Voltaire another look, Voltaire's video another look, because maybe some of the teams that he has are interesting enough. Some of the teams he shows is a little bit questionable, but maybe if I've been a little bit too harsh on him. Okay, very cool. Version, this is when I start to tune out gaming version low. To my version, that's fine.
Anyone uses. Honestly,
Sino, this is actually a fine team. This is actually a fine team.
So let's see how Lauma can perform in this kind of team.
I think I was just skipping toward the part where he's fighting Cryo Slime for some reason.
It's the only Dendro character as well. Fighting a boss that's pretty easy to deal with though.
This is fine. This is cool.
So let's go test him. There's multiple waves. Like about Lauma being able.
Actually, if we use Sino, Xingqiu, Ineffa, and Lauma, we can put Sino on the DPS set, the new nod-krai DPS set, that gives him more crit rate. So that's a nice thing as well.
Even Cave's Bloom team.
Cave, cool. Nilo, cool. Standard. Skipping around. Hyper Bloom, good stuff. Standard.
Okay, without sword.
Some Lauma on field team. Okay.
Do in the. It's definitely looking. Honestly,
you know what? For the weird teams that Voltaire tests, he doesn't really test the Kinich team or the Morlani team. I don't think I'm gonna change Voltaire ranking on this tier. Gacha Gamer though, I respect that he showed some of the niche but actually viable team, which is Kinich and Morlani. I am aware that in the Kinich team, Lauma is as valuable as Emily. Gacha Gamer 1. Gacha Gamer 2. Gacha Gamer 1. Gacha Gamer 2. I'm gonna put this on the big brain. Am I putting this more than Moga? What does Moga show us again? In terms of big brain stuff. What did Moga show us? Moga.
She's mining all D2 though, and I think I got focused more.
Quite a bit of explaining.
Sure,
he showed C1 actually. The other people did not show constellation stuff
here, which allows me to keep this one at first. Those character to be the main difference. People aren't a fan of. You're sticking with the old.
Does explain a lot about mechanics.
The antlers are nice. We got like some. I can't really zoom in E on purpose. 200 crit damage.
All right, fair enough. I'm gonna say that Gacha Gamer is a little bit above. In terms of hyping, I'm also gonna put Gacha Gamer here, but it's interchangeable. This is less of a comparison. Who's next to be on the chopping table? Homester. Didn't see much green during Sino. During Sino, well, here we can do that again. Sino green stuff.
Hyperbloom, hyperbloomed.
Hyperbloom.
With this burst as well.
That's green.
I'm fighting a boss that's pretty easy to deal with though. Yeah, damage-wise, he's definitely doing some hyperbloom, and he can destroy the show pretty fast as well because of his high attack speed.
There are some green stuff. But it's still a Sino team, and Sino is an electro character. So it's gonna be focusing a little bit more on electro stuff. Alright, cool video. I'm gonna watch for the initial
what
thoughts.
do I think about Lauma? Manau, kad ji tikrai gražesnė dabar. No,
Jello does not have a early access
it's
video.
easy to see how powerful she is for Bloom teams. It also helps a lot that the two new free-to-play weapons, the upcoming event Catalyst Spindle Loot and the nod-krai craftable Black Marrow Lantern, are amazing for her. By the way, in Nilo Bloom teams, Black Marrow is better utilized by Kokomi since she will be the one triggering most blooms, which is kind of funny. But other than that, I also wanted to quickly mention her C1.
Oh, actually Constellation, you know what?
Because aside from increasing her Spirit Envoy exploration time, she also kind of becomes a healer since when Lunar Bloom reaction gets triggered, she will heal the team for
6,000 every 2 seconds. Yeah, that's around the same as we calculated earlier.
Resulting in pretty chunky heals, and this is mostly going to be relevant for Nilo Bloom teams when there's no other healer in the team. Or I guess this also becomes good in that Inefa Nui Farina team I've mentioned. I won't be covering other constellations right now, and instead, I will publish my full Lauma guide including constellation pool value on her release day. So hopefully I'll see you there because I only covered so little to be honest about Lauma, and I wanted this video to be a bit more casual. Anyway, hope you found this video interesting, and as always, I'd really appreciate it if you could press the like button.
Dendro being buffed, we balance the meta now. Now we need Geo buff. Now we need Geo buff. And then I think we're kind of good. Pyro and Hydro are usually at the top of the meta. Electro is okay with Flame's release. Dendro is okay with Lauma and eventually Nefer release. What else? Cryo has Skirk and Escovia. Cryo still needs a little bit of help because outside of freezing, they do not have anything else. That's where Skirk and Escovia is in freeze. I think Geo needs help a lot nowadays. And then we'll have a balanced game. Am I missing anything? Nemo! Fuck. Nemo! Yeah, Vaka's gonna save Nemo. Don't worry. Vaka's gonna save Nemo. I mean, Nemo has always been having a place because they can always hold Viridis and Veneer and be a support. But that's... Like Sucrose and Kazuha are the most prominent Nemo characters we would see nowadays. I'd like Nemo to do something else other than just buffing.
Subscribe to my channel.
Is Kirara gonna be good now? Kirara is fine.
after.
Pyro Healer when 1.0.
And I'm also preparing another video showcasing all of the new
Alright, we have 2 more videos to watch. Bennett doesn't count. Well, if we don't count the characters that's the most relevant for any of the Pyro character, then I guess we don't count anyone.
I'm in. Hoverse has decided to give me, by some absolute miracle, I'm in. Hoverse has decided to give me, little old
Jeffy
me,
Hills.
the power to do an early access
actually
video,
does, yes.
which I am very excited for. Very excited. So today we're going to show off Lauma and Ino.
Wait, this is, hold on, this is Weightless. I have not seen this content creator before, but we're gonna give this video a try. Weightless 1. Weightless 2.
Not
Janet buffs, Bennett buffs, they are not building for healing mains. What do you mean? Bennett heals more than Silonen. Bennett heals more than whatever Lauma C1 has to offer. Bennett heals more than... who else? I cannot even, on top of my head, think of any other hero right now.
just their assets, but their gameplay as well, and all stuff relating to them. Also, you might be asking, why is Yoimiya in your team? I don't know. I just like looking at Yoimiya.
Tell that you're Silonen.
Oh, actually,
I'm telling you, you're Silonen. Bennett heals more.
Oh, I'm thinking about it. C6 Yoimiya showcase. Okay.
Silonen heals for 7,000 HP every 1.5 seconds. Bennett heals for 6,000 HP every 1 second. Every second.
No, guys. We're here for Lauma and Ino. We're here for all Lauma and Ino. Do not get sidetracked at all. Now,
Cloud Retainer, Baiju, Cookie, you know what? Among that list, let me read all the healers that can potentially out-heal Bennett.
Lauma uses the new Lunar Bloom reaction, I believe, which, I mean, do I have a Hydra character? So if I put in Kokomi here, let's have a look. Oh, also, by the way, new background, nod-krai background for the party setup. Quite cool. Okay. Now I'm going to fight one of these deers because why not? No, I'm not. Okay, you ran away.
Not... Oh. Lauma's supposed to be charming those deers or having a good relationship with those deers, by the way.
Also, look at this map here. Like, hello? Absolute cinema. There's 3 parts here, actually. We have...
Yanfei, nod-krai!
Isle and Hisi Island. And exploration progress, only 26, 17, 20.
No!
Not good enough. Oh, hasn't even unlocked Surumi Island as well. Okay, guys, this isn't an account review. What am I doing? Hello? T? Oh, he brings me meat. Okay.
Wait, what is this? Wait, what is this?
What am I doing? Hello?
Why is he turning into this thing?
T?
What?
Oh, he brings me
What is
meat.
this?
Okay. I'm a bit... Oh, I just killed him.
Oh, you brought me meat?
Okay.
Oh.
I'm a bit... Oh, I just killed him. Anyways, there's a boss guy over here. This guy is like a rhino, but on crack.
You dropped your Lauma drawing? I bet. Where's your Lauma drawing? Ah, shit. This is a tiny horn, not horny enough. But yeah. Oh shit. I'm checking out to see if the proportions are accurate. Accurate enough to me. Nice one.
Lunar
check DMs.
Reaction,
I've seen it.
Oh, I also am level 0, but I can at least look at the font. Yeah, so...
Notice they had different colors. Pretty sure those color of the moons are friendly, while the others are food.
Look, she might not be the goat anymore. What about
Really?
Ino? What does Ino do? She's a Hydro Claymore.
Really? The animals, right?
Here, I just killed him. He brings me meat?
I think it's mostly like this symbol on top of the head right here, as in they are either charmed or they are friendly.
Okay, there's a boss guy, Lunar Bloom reaction.
Do it? No.
Oh, I also am
Not
level 0, but I can at least look at the...
We're in the middle of something.
Font. Okay, Yoimiya. Okay, Yoimiya, look, she might not be the goat anymore. What about Ino? What does Ino do? She's a Hydro Claymore, the first of her kind, I believe. I think she has a grapple thing as well. Okay, well, yeah, okay.
You probably should level up your characters.
Also, hello? This statue is very cool. So, what else new do we have on this map? We have a new boss, the Knuckle-Duckle? Okay. We also have this guy as well, Radiant Moonfly, so we'll have to see him in a minute.
I see that the vibe of this video is more like, oh wow, these are all the cool new things, rather than, hey, this is an introduction to this character.
Should be, here it is.
Which is absolutely fine.
Okay, wait, no, that one's the talent stuff. Here.
Wait, there are a lot of stuff on the map? You see all of these different symbols on the map? What the heck is these?
It's not the right one. Here it is. New artifact
map
domain.
looks crowded in a good way.
I'm spending actually a year in this domain.
I'm checking all those twinkling things out.
Only a few days ago. So we're going to try and show off every single thing that is new. Also, I don't know if you guys know, but this is what this account looks like. We have...
I would be so fucked if there's an eye tracker on stream.
Yeah. We have a couple of weapons to test out if we want.
Anecdote event? Yeah.
Every character C6 if we want. So
for Yanfei, I believe.
We're going to do a whale showcase later on.
Aggro have not cried video. Alright.
We're going to do a free-to-play showcase as well. I just need to figure out what exactly Lauma does. And I know as well. But mainly Lauma. Now, I think it's actually finally time to do...
Jesus fucking Christ.
But mainly Lauma. Now, I think it's actually finally time to do one of the rarest things I ever do. I'm reading. I am going to...
They are extremely thorough with these animations.
I did try. I gave it a try. There's too much to read. Let's just build her for now. I will find out while we're playing her. So I think first... Also, what is this? Open gliders and stuff. Shall we?
Okay, that's a little bit too much stalling for my test.
We need to get her level painful because we can't hit... But I think... Hold skill to do the things. Then we need to get our burst, which we don't have. We need to build up 3 of these stacks again. And then would burst here. And I think that's the Bloom team set up. Which I didn't play very well, but it works still. He's got a shield. Never mind, it doesn't work. Okay, I think I understand though. I also don't have a healer on this team. It's fine. Can I get healed? Or are you guys going to fight? Oh, you want to fight? Okay. Well, now it's time to get rolled because I know how to play this team, of course. They'd be like, this. I'm going to be real. I'm just clicking buttons. I am just clicking buttons. This is clicking. Okay.
Okay.
I don't think I'm big brain enough for these puzzles.
Oh,
okay.
Glorine team?
Not the time for the Bond of Light. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna...
Glorine Quick Bloom team, okay.
I was doing well.
Similar concept to Sino.
Bond of Life tutorial, but all good. Hear me out. Before we go full... Hold.
Okay. You know what?
Tough.
You know what? I don't think this video is gonna be in the similar category. In the similar category as the other. I appreciate this kind of content. It's more of a hey, first look at this rather than a guide stuff.
And Hydro, so
which is absolutely fine. It's just not the current content I'm looking for.
3 minutes fighting a boss that wasn't meant to be fought with Yoimiya. Let's try Lauma out on this second half. C6 your Lauma.
Because ranking this video with the other criteria that we have for the other video would not be fair. It's an entirely different category of video. It's a very casual, yeah. It's casual, hey, this is the new stuff I have access to. And yeah, let's experience the new stuff with me. And it's rough around the edges, but that's the charm of it, which is fine as a content. Probably after I watch one of this guy's video, some of them gonna pop up in my feed in the future. If they do, I'll watch more of that. Is this just to check real quick, is this a player that is more gearing, a content creator more gearing toward
So Kinich is here.
Memes or gameplay guides. Okay. Seems to be more meme stuff. The build character in one day is... I think it's more regarding like the experience of building rather than the actual guide. What's an eye tracker? Wait a minute. Yeah, you know an eye tracker? So there is something like that that can... Basically, it's a camera that looks at my eyes and then they can tell exactly where my eyes currently looking at. What am I currently looking at on screen? You can see examples of that. I don't know if eye tracker... Yeah, eye tracker example. You're gonna see something like this. It's not gonna be as disorienting as this, but you're gonna see likely a small circle on what I'm currently looking at. It's fairly accurate. And I'm just putting that out there as an example of...
And welcome to my channel, I Want to Lose Gaming. Lauma.
I would be very scared if that happens.
Lauma is the upcoming Dendro 5-star
This is I Want to Lose
in version Luna 1, and she is one heck of a complicated llama. In today's video, we'll see if a Lauma is what was needed to help Dendro bloom back into the meta at Constellation 0 and with various weapons.
Thank you, I Want to Lose. The exploration.
And instead, you're going to be relying on her double jump to potentially get her into slightly more elevated locations.
Cannot swim, cannot climb.
Detail. I'm also pretty sure that deers can swim, but unfortunately, Lauma, well, I guess she can swim. She just can't swim in deer form, which is a bit unfortunate. And deers can also climb to a certain extent as well, but Lauma cannot climb, and instead, you're going to be relying on her double jump. Abilities are back online. And check this out. Thanks
Probably it's looking like the exploration ability is mostly on land thing.
Dude, that's crazy. Now, as for a speed comparison, Lauma is disappointingly slow. Now, unsurprisingly, you know, a deer is slower than a motorcycle. That makes perfect sense. But surprisingly, she's slower than Zhongli's long legs just hoofing it. Now, fortunately, not all is lost than Zhongli's cycle. That makes perfect
no. Oh no, this is not great.
He's slow
because she's also consuming a lot of stamina as well.
Surprisingly, you know, a deer is slower than a motorcycle. That makes perfect sense. But surprisingly, she's slower than Zhongli's long legs just hoofing it. Now, fortunately, not all is lost.
This is not great,
to
Chad.
Lauma's exploration capabilities because she's able to detect local nod-krai specialties on the minimap, and after some strategic interactions with gravity, we can actually pay a visit to Lauma's fellow dear friends. You'll see that... Okay, what's gonna do... Whoa! It actually healed quite a bit. That is some fantastic healing from our dear friend. Okay, enough horsing around. Let's take a look at her build and kit. For her weapon, she's using the Ether Light Spindle Loot for most of the video, although I will showcase her signature weapon and the Widsith as well. For her artifacts, at least with showcases with the other new artifact set, Night of the Skies Unveiling. I also shifted artifacts around a lot, so this build my talents are...
Teenagers are building businesses with AI, while the only AI you know is Chat.
Okay, you guys have got to see her basic attacks, and we're of course going to bring this to our good old Regisfine friend. And look at that! Lunar Blooms! It looks so weird. Dendro looked weird when it first came out, and now Lunar Bloom looks even more weird now that it is out. And you can see, of course, being bloom onto the such as Verdant Douche shit.
Alright, very cool, very cool. Explain stuff, explain stuff. Good. We know. Thank you.
And using Lauma's
That's good.
Okay, so I decided to do quite a few anecdotal tests.
Testing!
And scratch that what I said about Lauma preferring to be the only nod-krai moon sign character in the team, because just by substituting, for example, Nahida with a Constellation Zero Aino, I found that these teams ended up having very, very similar results. And this is because Ascendant Gleam is just a very powerful team buff because it gives 60 elemental mastery to the entire team.
Does the Hornier form helps in game? It's just to show it.
Going from nascent to
he's explaining it right now.
And because we have Nilo on this team for this specific Nilo Bloom test, she's using the Serenity's Call, which also increases her max HP by an additional 32% thanks to Ascendant Gleam. Not only that, but for these setups, I actually found utilizing, for example, the Night of the Skies Unveiling on Lauma herself to actually be quite effective. And that means another 15% crit rate for Lauma as well. And on top of that, we even get the Moon Sign bonus for non-nod-krai characters to boost Lunar Bloom damage. So factoring in all of this, we can actually see that even for a Nilo...
To summarize that, when we only have one nod-krai character, which is Lauma, Bloom's critting and doing a little bit more. When we have two nod-krai characters or more in the team, Lauma passives mandate that Bloom's no longer critting, and her talent is critting more instead. But because we all have two or more nod-krai characters in the team, we're gonna enable a special passive or a team-wide resonance that buffs reaction damage. And we can use some of the nod-krai artifacts, unlocking more benefits from them. Some of the nod-krai craftable weapons are also unlocking more with the passive enabled. You can see the Moonsign Ascendant Gleam, something. That means only when this is happening, Moonsign Ascendant Gleam, which is when two or more nod-krai characters, we get this extra benefit. We can see a lot of that from nod-krai stuff.
Nilo Bloom team by replacing Nahida here with Aino and On.
And the horn growing is when we have two or more nod-krai characters in the team. You can see that from here
as well, quite effective. Ascending Gleam. Not only that, but for these,
you can see that this horn is shorter than this horn. He's exactly talking about that right now.
Setups Lauma her for characters to boost Lunar Bloom.
What's better, the Hornion or no? Have you been listening?
You can actually see that even for a Nilo Bloom team by replacing Nahida here with Aino and on-fielding Lauma, we're getting some very, very similar performance, which honestly kind of shocked me. And I even had very similar anecdotal test results for a Hyper Bloom team as well, where both of the teams basically performed very, very similarly to each other. And I did make one little mistake. All these tests I did with Lauma's signature weapon, but I don't think that makes like a huge difference all things considered, but it does make a bit of a difference, so do keep that in mind. But yeah, anecdotal tests are showing that Aino is actually a pretty decent substitute, even though you lose that 15% crit rate on the blooms. All the buffs, thanks to Ascendant Gleam, seem to be pulling the weight there and making up for that. So yeah, as you can see, Lauma's skill is ridiculously cracked and does way too much.
You mean in Razor language? They are the same, do whatever. They are the same, do whatever. Best team for Lauma? Something with Nilo Bloom, something with Hyper Bloom. And then eventually, I'm sure best team for Lauma is gonna be Nefer. Lunar Bloom and Lunar Charge together will work? Yes, it can work. Not having amazing synergy, but they can work together. You can use a team with Inefa, Lauma, Novalet, Farina. And it's gonna be a makeshift Hyper Bloom team, because Inefa can also trigger Hyper Bloom on the ground when she's attacking. And she's also gonna offer a little bit of Lunar Charge damage.
But we're just getting started, because Lauma's burst is also La Marvelous. And this thing provides
that pun doesn't even make sense.
Which are basically bloom-related Shenhe quills. And at talent level 9,
Get me out of this.
Provides 472.2% elemental mastery as flat bloom damage. In this example, we can see with Lauma having 1102 elemental mastery, the pale hymns made the bloom deal 4,258 more damage. In this next clip, Hyper Bloom also did 4,258 more damage, despite, well, Hyper Bloom and the baseline dealing much more damage. And this is how flat damage mostly works. I can say amount of damage with a couple caveats for Bloom that aren't worth getting into right now. Now, how many Pale Hymn stacks does she get? Upon casting her burst, by default it provides 18 stacks, and to keep it simple, based on how many Verdant Dew you consume through her whole skill, either before or even after her burst, each Verdant Dew consumed provides 6 more Pale Hymn stacks, for up to 18 additional Pale Hymn stacks. So to
get more
stack. Even more simply, basically, for most rotations, you'll have 30 to 36 Pale Hymns. And let's say with around 1,200 combat elemental mastery at talent level 10, Lauma basically provides around 216,000 flat bloom damage, which is why her elemental burst is a rather important and powerful part of her kit. Her burst also provides a bit smaller of a flat damage buff to lunar bloom damage as well, but as of her release, only one hit from Lauma every 12 seconds can take advantage of that and deals actual lunar bloom damage. So as of
what
her
is
release
this
right
rest and
now,
less behavior in the background?
Relevant, but I'm sure it will be relevant in the future. Finally, hitting 2 enemies will consume 2 Pale Hymn stacks, so these stacks are consumed much more quickly in AoE situations. Now, let's take a look at just how much Lauma buffs Bloom damage, using both her Elemental Skill and Elemental Burst to buff Hyper Bloom damage. Now Hyper Bloom is, on average, hitting for 42,804 damage after factoring in...
Oh my god, math! My favorite!
Because she enables Nascent and Ascendant Gleam. This will help you provide the Silken Moon's Serenade buff, which is either 60 or 120 elemental mastery. And finally, she can provide relevant Catalyst weapon buffs. Alright, and we've got a couple quick passives to rattle through. Hyper Bloom. Bloom to the next level with, well, you know, obviously her
time to grind primos, indeed.
A built-in Constellation 2 Nahida. Although I do want to say that Lauma works quite well with Nahida, but in this case I'm of course demonstrating a more free-to-play friendly team with Kalei, Kuki, and Xingqiu. You can see just those massive Hyper Bloom crits whenever they did trigger. And up next we have the free-to-play friendly Burgeon as well. Now, needless to say, pretty much any Bloom
this is last summer event
to tremendously benefit from Lauma, and Burgeon isn't far behind from, of course, Hyper Bloom. And yeah, I mean, you're also going to see, you know, probably a couple 90,000 plus Burgeons, which is absolutely cracked. And, you know, I think Lauma is going to be a fantastic character for free-to-play friendly enjoyers, as well as those people who enjoy Bloom teams. And one great thing about Bloom teams is that typically artifact quality does not matter as much for Bloom teams. Just try to get some elemental mastery rolls, whatever amount of energy recharge you might need, and then you're pretty much set, as well as, you know, an elemental mastery main stats. You don't have to worry about double crit and all this stuff all the time. It is much easier to build, in my opinion. So, oh yeah, as yapping,
it's gonna be easy to build. It's very nice. Let me see if many or teams gonna be tested here. I'll hit on team. It's pretty nice.
The Sky's Unveiling on your DPS. And up next we have a Lunar Bloom Lauma. Where
hold on.
Team, I guess, you know, I think a more Quick Bloom, I believe it's what it's called. This time with Alhaitham as the spread DPS character, and I think it works reasonably well. What's really cool about this is that having, for example, both Aino as well as Lauma on the team, while it's not as good for the Bloom damage, you can use the Night of the Sky's Unveiling on your DPS. And up next we have a Lunar...
You know, let me do this real quick. I'm gonna note down the teams that I'm gonna take a look at. I'll hate him. I'm gonna look at who else interests me. Kinech. I'm gonna look at Morlani. What other team? Oh, Novalet. Those teams interest me.
Bloom Lauma, where I focus on Lunar Bloom.
What's the requirement of getting early access as a YouTuber? I have no idea.
Little fact here, Baizu also now buffs
if they feel like it, they're inviting us.
Yeah, here we go. We pick up the sapwood blade generated by Xinjiang, and we did just a casual 340,000.
I have no idea.
Of damage. Of course, this team's overall team damage is a lot
If I get
lower,
it, I get it.
But it is
it's
fun
fine
to see those Lunar Bloom nukes with the Wid Sith. So yeah, not fully recommended, but it is fun. Now, up next, we have a Lunar...
But even if I can't, there are plenty of contents I can do. Like just watching other people having access to it.
Nuke situation, and I put some better weapons on Diona as well as Nahida. Diona is using the Elegy for the end to provide some elemental mastery, and Nahida is
yes, nuking situation. Let's go.
Lauma's signature catalyst, and in this case, this will allow
give it to
Lauma
me.
to run. On the Wid Sith in order to get that elemental mastery buff and crit damage. Look at that, 976,951 damage nuke. Yeah, funny stuff to see. And let's not forget about bloom related damage. I decided to do a Burgeon nuke and not a Hyper Bloom nuke, because if you use Hyper Bloom against this specific enemy, it just doesn't work. It gets all weird. But 176,000 damage Burgeon. Oh my gosh, we're starting to see some real numbers when it comes to bloom type damage. What a day to be alive. And up next, we have the Nilo Bloom team versus the Crab Boss. And this Crab Boss is so, I gotta be honest, it's completely egregiously. This is Stygian Onslaught, difficulty 5 against level 105 Crab Boss. And this thing basically is just super susceptible to bloom damage. And Nilo Bloom is a fantastic archetype against this guy. As you can see, the AoE the blooms allow it to just blow up these, silly mushroom things, which then go and attack the crab.
What is that?
Multiplying your bloom damage by a massive amount, because those things also...
There's a mushroom on my screen!
Based on how much damage you dealt to the thing. And yeah, I mean, this fight is clearly just designed for bloom, and no other really archetype or team can really, deal with this.
I think it's honestly a little bit restrictive.
This crab boss, well, Lauma is going to do fantastic.
That this boss is only favoring bloom stuff.
Support / sub DPS character. All right, now get me.
It's almost as restrictive as that one Skirk or Escoffier boss requiring cryo, and it appeared in the first Stygian Onslaught.
The kitchen, because I've been cooking way too hard, and Lauma is actually,
a good team.
A decent support for Kniege, because she can equip the Thrilling Tales as well as having 22.5% in the case
Sir,
of
you are not burning.
Typically,
so you're not burning.
Built into her kit, and with almost no field time, she can pass on all these buffs to Kniege. And we can just see Kniege doing a casual 290,000 elemental skill blast with, pretty mediocre builds with this team. And honestly, I mean, yeah, Lauma, in my opinion...
Takuman is absolutely fine. Takuman, we can use many different variation. We can use Hydro damage dealer, we can use Electro damage dealer, we can use a Hyper Bloom team, where Hydro and Electro are just in the background. This is bloom stuff, period. It's similar to the Skirk boss, just cryo, end of story.
Casual 209. And honestly, I mean, yeah, Lauma, in my opinion, Dendro power creep, usable in even non-bloom teams, specifically for boosting, like some Dendro type
Kidnap C6 Alpha Nahida from your in-game friends with Imaginarium.
Or even Sino. And unfortunately, I didn't get to cover all of them, but her versatility
Blooming
is pretty crazy, all things considered.
It's blooming time. You say that and then bloom all over the place.
As we can see, Lauma is, frankly, in my humble opinion, bloom power creep. Her base kit basically has slightly worse versions of Nahida's Constellation 2 and Nilo's Constellation 2, so for the price of 6 featured 5-star characters, well, you get a Lauma. Not only that, but Lauma also provides tons of flat bloom damage, and she also deals non-negligible lunar bloom damage herself. She is definitely the long upgrade to bloom for bloom playstyles to frankly...
Yeah, would you like to get Nahida's C2 and Nilo C2 in one
though, I think
character.
they actually did a great job designing
Get
her
this
kit
character.
for two very big reasons, being her two different playstyles. One with Nascent Gleam buffing older Bloom playstyles and making her compatible with our former favorite cast of Dendro Misfits, and with the second playstyle being Ascendant Gleam, where currently it doesn't really have a strong spot. in
Wait,
the
some of
meta
these
only she
machines
does
have
any
different
amount of
elements,
Bloom
huh?
damage,
That's
and
pretty
frankly,
cool.
it's not a large portion of the team's DPS, but this is
this
certainly
guy.
foreshadowing for future Lunar Bloom DPS and Lunar Bloom playstyles. And frankly, in my opinion, this is actually fantastic character design, as it pretty much is, in a way, two characters in one, elevating old favorites while also preparing her and us for the future Lunar Bloom meta. This way, Lauma is not going to feel like, crap, basically, if you use her right now, because she is so good with the current Bloom characters, while also at the same time, she's likely going to be best in slot for whatever upcoming Lunar Bloom teams that we'll get. And of course, as per recent Hoyoverse endgame design, we can expect a lot of very Bloom friendly content like the Crab fight in Stygian Onslaught, the upcoming Abyss 12, and frankly, multiple patches of content and multiple more patches of content after that whenever a proper Lunar Bloom DPS character comes out, so you can expect Lauma to be quite good for quite a while. Anyway, if you like llamas and deers and hate giant crabs, you won't be disappointed by Lauma. Also, I know this video is lacking level 100 characters. Well, for one, the creator experience server doesn't have them, and for two, that's about as relatable to being an oil baron son, so yeah, that's why level 100 stuff isn't in this video. Level 90 club.
Alright, very cool. I think this video is also giving us a lot of information on how the character works and does do a good job at dumping down all the overly complicated stuff that is characters' talents nowadays to a digestible amount. He does touch on some of the more obscure themes and give us a little bit of example. I went to lose 1 and I went to lose 2. No, 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 no. I went to lose in terms of informative. I'm going to put him at around here. In terms of pool, you know what? He does show quite a bit of Lauma's assets. He'll be here. Who's next? Luna charging for that influence? Yeah. Yeah. I think for the recently released characters, all the bundles character they have been released, all the bundles they have been releasing so far, including from the Escovia and Skirk bundle, and then Inefa and Flames bundle, and then Lauma and Nefer bundles. It seems that the pattern they are going with now is releasing the support first. A support that can work with all the characters to at least a satisfactory level. So people are having fun having the support and playing with the older characters, and then they're gonna put a new strong DPS that works well with that support that they've just released before. I think it's the formula, it's working somewhat, as in even when the support is coming out, we still have different teams to play with that support. We have different teams to play with Inefa right now. We can play her in Neverland, we can play her in Glorine, Varessa, some Scuff Hyperbloom stuff because we do not have Lauma right now. And then when Lauma is released, we're going to play her in Nilo team, in Hyperbloom team, in Merchant team, in different kind of other supporting team for our hater, for Neverland. And then when Never comes out, we're gonna have a different premium team for Lauma. I think that's a working formula. It's all because of this fucking chef? What do you mean? bundling has been in the past. If I ask this, if a person having Novelat asking me for advice on what character to pull next, what do you think my advice will be? If a person has Novelat and asking for who to pull next, and thank you, chat, as I'm gonna find the next video to watch here. We are chunking through our list here, chat. Alright, some Abyss footage. I believe I watched this. I've watched Agatha Gamer. I have watched Voltaire. I have watched Moga. Cat Blue Hat, yes. Savvy, yes. Jamie, yes. Technically, but he's not doing the early release stuff. We still got information from his inside though. But that's the thing. Novelet was 4.1 and Farina was 4.3, so we had one store patch. Four point 4.2. Lauma in abyss. Your Novelet? Yeah. Character use default artifact even by server except Kokomi. You thought Archons are gonna be in 0.3 patches? Oh no. Oh no, the recency bias is strong. This is Farina, 4.2. This is Nahida, 3.2. This is Raiden, 2.1. This is Zhongli, 1.1. And technically Venti is 1.0, but Venti is the first character. You have been deceived by the recency bias. No, 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 no. Nice Novelet. 28 great subs with 2 HP subs. I am a little bit uncertain about this because the crit rate is a little bit low. I think you had a better crit rate before, and even this seems like a more crit damage. I think it's actually a downgrade. So I'm a little bit uncertain. Were you having better crit rate before? Let's see if my hunch is correct. I could be wrong. Maybe the massive amount of additional crit damage is giving you a lot. Okay, this was... Oh, okay. Never mind. You were having worse crit rate before. Okay, fair enough. That is a clear improvement. There's... It's a quite a clear improvement. Nice. No, it's a downgrade. It was top 2%. Now it's top 4%. What happened there? I think in the process of getting 2 more crit substat, you have lost 4 HP substats, and that is substantial. Yeah, in the process of getting, because I remember I saw a 13 and then 6 HP substat before. Let me look back into my stream. Not respecting HP substat. That is substantial. Good. Yep, this was 13 and 5 HP substat before. Now it is 14 and 2 HP substat. So gaining 2 more crit but losing 3 HP substat. Not respecting HP. Your team is Novelet, Farina, enough, and Layla. Cool. Good night. All right, Ari. Have a good night. Wow, it's almost 12 p.m. It's almost noon time for me. All right, we're gonna see to wrap up the Creator Lauma Early Access video ranking here. Zero ER is okay-ish with Prototype Amber because Prototype Amber does give energy refund. Decent. What?
أنا كنت أخاف جود أنا كنت أودي
Genshin though, you mean? We are pressed for time for stuff on stream. Double plays. That's a lot, quite a bit of lagging there. I don't know whether that's my video or the gameplay of this content creator. It's interesting, some people may look at this team and say, there are 2 Hydro in this team, and we're fighting against a Hydro immune boss. Probably you already knew this, but a Nilo team main damage is coming from the Bloom damage, and not Hydro talent damage. So it should not matter a lot. Nice iframe there. And I believe the other chamber of this abyss does not always have a Hydro immune enemy. What team will I use as my main as I'm pulling Lauma? If I am going and just collecting materials in nod-krai, it's probably gonna be Lauma, Ano, and 2 other bozos. Because fighting enemies in nod-krai is just favoring having 2 nod-krai characters. It's gonna be a lot easier to just fight them with 2 nod-krai characters in the team. Just mechanic stuff. Enemies die easier. It's likely gonna be Lauma, Ano, Shinobu for the Hyper Bloom, and Silona. Because Silona skates around fast. Omahuika. People are dying. This team is dying. This boss has 70% Dendro resistance. Alright. Need a full heal characters to remove the debuff. Hello, Bilowit. Welcome back. Now, I hope that Nefer is going to have some kind of exploration ability in her combat, in her kit, so that I can use that team more often in the open world of nod-krai. I am so spoiled by using Natlan characters with good exploration abilities that going back to Lauma exploration ability feels like in that one video, I don't know, I think Gacha Gamer has shown or I Win to Lose has shown, I don't remember who, but Lauma is actually moving slower than Zhongli just running, booking it, and she spends more stamina too. That's not very good. Dropper X, welcome back to stream. In my NI with Davarsa, you're losing your mind. Yeah, I know. You probably should be using Skirk, because she moves at least at a decent amount. And use Skirk and Sayu. Sayu actually moves quite fast. Hold her skill down and let her roll. I'm not sure whether in nod-krai we're gonna have some kind of something akin to a Saurian, where we can just get like in the spirit of some animal and move fast in the open world as well. Skirk's like level 40 or something, she dies any second, then level her up. Duh. Level 40 to level 50 is like 2 materials required. You're skipping next patch? Understandable. There are a lot of cool characters in nod-krai, and we all have to pick and choose. I think I have the luxury of saving quite a lot of pools from Natlan, so I can be a little bit more generous with my amount of pooling. You have no control over building, right? Cool. It's up to you guys to figure stuff out between yourself on how you want to play on that account. I only lock in one in a very once in a full moon. To host some stuff in NA. What if Columina can walk on water forever? That's original and unique. Original, sure. Unique? No. That's Farina. Farina can walk on water forever. The damage is pretty good. Let me see. So these team seems to be doing pretty well for itself, but also this abyss is favoring Bloom stuff. I am interested at looking at Stygian Onslaught, where there is no external buffing. Let's see how this team performs. A new little team with Kokomi and Lauma, of course. nod-krai has that Moon Chanter series that you saw in that video where that you would kill the mid giver. Yeah, I am a little bit uncertain whether that works as a series or that works as some kind of story and we can indwell to travel past. What was that? 1 minute? What was that? This is fearless. What? That's half the time. I expect this team to be performing worse because Novella is just not built for Bloom. I expect this team to be a bit worse. Not that much worse, actually. That's not that much worse. Okay. We're getting into some 4-star territory here. Trying to look at the time. Ain't no way. How is this creator supposed? How is this creator getting such good time with these characters? Meanwhile, some of the demonstration I've seen earlier, it's getting a little bit closer to 90 seconds. Ano and Yao Yao? Okay. How long is this? Ain't no way, it's this good? Baiju Ano? Probably a little bit better, right? What? No, this is just execution error. I think this is just execution error. The boss can absolutely die by this point if it doesn't shield up. Once again, it seems like it is not enough to get over the edge and the boss is entering the second shield phase. A little bit of unfortunate. Alright, it seems yeah, we're gonna have longer time here, 4 stars. Very cool. In the trailer, you convinced that Abyss sibling is something of a fake sibling. She said the same dialogue from the Deez Nuts quest, might be part of Traveler memory. What was the Deez Nuts quest again? Is that the inversion of the statue? One more creator for comparison, just for the time stuff. I want to look at... Oh, healing test! That's actually nice. You know what? That's actually nice. I'm gonna look into that. Lauma healing test. First time we met Lumine. Yes. And then she's gone and then didn't sleep. Jumps in the portal. That was during the inversion statue where we met that one treasure holder that is dead in a kneeling position. Hold on. This is... I guess this is good enough. Lauma C1 is good enough. Where's the heal though? Where's the heal? I'm gonna give it the heal. Okay. I actually want this guy to take damage so I can see how much the heal is helping. Okay, damage. It's pretty fast healing, though that is healing with both Kokomi and the C1. Here's the instant attacking damage. Very cool. 3,400. That is, I believe that's Kokomi's healing. 10,000. Holy crap. I guess that is Lauma's healing. Wait, how do you get 10,000 healing?
Chào ô long đào nhiệt đới. Vị tươi ngon từ chiết xuất trái cây thật, thử ngay.
Fresh cut grass. What's the weapon that this person is using? What's the weapon here? R1. This artifact set? How much EM? A 1,300 EM. And you're healing for 10,000 HP? What the hell? $9,000 HP. This can't be real. Am I mistaking Kokomi healing with Lauma healing? How much healing is Kokomi supposed to be healing? I have not looked into that. Kokomi Wiki. I should be checking this current Kokomi's build as well. Kokomi is having 25,000 max HP. And her healing is... a level 9. 7.48. Plus 862. What? Oh, I was dumb. Okay. Yeah, Kokumi is not healing anywhere near that much, so it must have been Lauma C1 healing. That is so good. What the hell? That is so good. She's currently having around 2000 elemental mastery. That explains it. That explains it. Because in combat, she's getting more from Nahida's buffing, so she's healing more. You know what? That is not bad. If we really build for Lauma C1, she's gonna heal a shit ton. Yeah, she's healing a shit ton with this. Lauma C1 can heal. Not Lauma C0. I am growing more and more into the Lauma's C1 healing. It's nice quality of life. I'm not gonna immediately pull for it though. I have to wait for a little bit more information and a little bit more testing on my own. I'll pull for Lauma C0 first when she first comes out. It's just a comfort constellation. That's it. Generally, I would not recommend people to pull for it if you just want damage, but it's feeling nice to play. And feeling nice to play is also important for some people. I am thinking of it specifically for co-oping with my friends as well, because this constellation actually heals every active characters, including all the people that's on field in co-op. You pull Lauma C0? Launa. This is less important. The C6 R5 stuff, so it's a little bit less relatable. Oh, this is dire difficulty. This is the most difficult, the one that gives skin. Go. That's C6 R5 Lauma, by the way, in dire difficulty, difficulty 6. Alright, cool. Cool. It gives me a little bit more perspective, but not the stuff I care a lot about. So, we gonna go with this tier list, yeah? Is there anything I would like to change about this? I am biased. I gotta say I am biased, because I already go into this with the mindset of I want Lauma. So, these creators... Like, different people watching these creators may have a different opinion on me on whether they are getting hyped up for Lauma enough to pull or not. And regarding the information, I think a lot of these videos do give helpful information. I think I'm gonna put Cat Blue Hat down here. There's a little bit of stuff I learned from it, but not a lot. I'm happy with this tier list. I think people have been stepping up their content and giving a lot more helpful information with the wait, what am I saying? Brain fart. With the early release video. Aggro Lauma XDD Lauma. No, I don't see it.
So, I guess this is just a thing now. So this is nod-krai, and I've been given access to have a look around.
No Lauma, only nod-krai.
Why does she get a better statue than like every Archon ever? What is this favoritism? Jesus Christ. This actually puts Venti's statue to shame. It's crazy. And who are you, little guy? You're just a dude. Oh, they heal me or something? Right, they did say there's like certain NPCs react to you differently now depending on your character, right? What do you think? Oh my god, yeah, she salutes me because I'm Lauma, I guess. And if I switch off, do they stop? Hello? Ma'am, you can stop now. Ma'am, it's okay. It's okay. Okay. Jeez. Cool. I do like it. It is just one of those little details that they seem to be shifting towards more of. Now, you know, go back and add that to older regions. Smile. Add that to Mondstadt. Make the guards salute me if I'm running around as Jean or something. Then, like, if I play Eula, you can make them flip me off or something. I don't know. Call me slurs. I've got a puzzle up here. Should we figure this one out? Yeah,
okay. It's gonna be more of a open world exploration thingy. It's not for our purpose, it's not that relevant. That's fine. I'll probably just watch some of that video casually when I have time on my own. I think with this session of watching a ton of Lauma early access video, we gain quite a bit of understanding regarding her character's kit and how to play her, the different teams that we can play her in. I personally also have a few Lauma teams that I do want to calculate on the site on my own to see if they are worth building for. So real quick, I have a few Lauma team already calculated with my own calculation, which is not perfect, but I was curious and I have some time. Lauma team DPS, Lauma Hyperbloom 2 Dendro, Lauma Hyperbloom 2 Hydro. I seem to get somewhat close to 100,000 DPS with the Hyperbloom team with my assumption of about 1.33 bloom Hyperbloom per second. And this is a Lauma 2 Dendro team instead of 2 Hydro team with Nahida. It's also about doing the same damage. Very similar, a little bit different. The team with 2 Dendro, we can build less energy recharge on Lauma. I only have 156 energy on Lauma here. When she's alone as a solo Dendro character, I need 200 more ER on her. So we're gonna see a little bit more damage from Lauma and damage from Bloom, but we're gonna see less damage from the double Hydro people, which is expected. I'm gonna calculate a few more teams with Kinech, with Novelette, and see how it goes. Team Never, why don't work with Bloom? So it's like this. They want her to not work with Bloom. They have a part in her character kit that says no Bloom. There we go. To be more specific, the passive says something more like this. Since you ask, this is gonna be lick stuff. This is a passive talent. When a character in the party triggers a Bloom reaction, it will instead trigger a Lunar Bloom reaction. After triggering Lunar Bloom, no Dendro cores will be produced, no seed on the ground. Instead, Never gains 1 stack of stuff. And with the stack of stuff, she can do an enhanced charge attack. It just is. It just says no blooming. No blooming for you. No blooming for you, and you, and you, and everyone. No Dendro cores on the ground. No Nilo, no Hyperbloom, no Burgeon. Now, Nefer just eats the Dendro core immediately as it spawns. No time to do anything about it. Either she eats it, or the cat eats it. My audience on YouTube seems to be hellbent that Nefer is eating it rather than the cat eating it. Here you go. The only reason Nefer team cannot generate Bloom seeds, breaking Nilo synergy. Nefer eats them, 60%. Cat eats them, 40%. The most important poll that I could have made. Dear lady drains me out of Primo. Yeah, Never cannot stop eating my seed. Okay, chat. Here's the honorary. You know what? Double plays. I'm gonna do the thing you sent me in the next stream, in my evening stream. For now, I'm gonna go have lunch. Alright, chat. Shan Yun has greeted onto the stream today. Shan Yun will also be greeting us off the stream today. Whatever sound effects that is. Music. Whimsical. I love it.
The secrets of the mechanical arts are too profound to convey in a few simple words.
Alright, chat, it has been fun. I had fun watching all the new shiny Lauma videos, learning a lot about Lauma, appreciating the beauty landscapes of nod-krai. As usual, I appreciate you hanging out with me. Whether you're just looking around or actively participating in chat, if you've been enjoying the stream, like, subscribe, check out my other content, follow on Twitch, and you can do super chat as well as YouTube membership if you're feeling extra fancy and want to support me more. Until then, chat, my next stream will be in around 8 hours. I'll see you then. Here's some music. Bye bye.